Resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, I believe you have some more cross-examination for the National Commission.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chamber.
Morning.
I just want us to quickly round off the subject we were busy with on Thursday, and then we move to a new topic. Maybe I'll just do it by putting certain propositions to you, emanating from the discussions we had. Firstly, I wanted to put it to you that we're going to argue that your failure either to refute the statements attributed to you by the Sowetan, or to take any legal action in respect thereof, since we both agreed that it was damaging both to you as a person and to the institution, is not consistent with your denial that you made the statement. What have you got to say about that?
We beg a good commissioner ukungayikhanyelanga intethe eyayivezwe emaphepheni ngaye namapolisa nokungathathi izinyathelo zasemthethweni ukulungisa loo nto akuhambelani nokuyikhanyela kwakho kokuba wayiveza loo ntetho emaphepheni.
I have put my position across on this matter last week.
Okay.
And your position, I'm sure I can't influence any further. But as I've said last week, I think my position in this matter is clear. A, that at the point when this happened, I did not do that because I waited for this opportunity, and I've thanked this commission for giving me the opportunity to clear a number of things. It's not the first one that I'm clearing.
Ndiyendayichaza le ntetho kule veki edlulileyo. Ndiyenda nikezwa ngokugcweleyo kokuba bendingakwazi ukuba ndithethe loo nto ngoba ndimele ukuba isigqibo senziwe yile commission.
We will argue in the same. We'll argue in the same breath that given your failure to take the steps that I've mentioned, both the victims and, more importantly, members of the SAPS who saw the statements ascribed to you in the Sowetan without any refutal thereof would have been entitled to believe that that is the official position of the SAPS.
Ngotike amaxhoba nabo bonke abanye abantu abayifunda nawo amapolisa ngokawo befanele ukukholelwa ukuba nemi kuloo ntetho wawuyivezile Pepe.
I'm again saying a thing that I haven't done can never be an official position, but at the end of the day, it is your own opinion.
Indlela oyibona ngayo ke wena mhlekazi kodwa ke mina semi kokuba ndizange ndithethe loo nto.
I don't know, maybe we don't understand each other. I'm saying to you, and you can agree or disagree, that I'm going to argue that until last Thursday, when you purportedly cleared the position, it would be reasonable for both the victims and their families as well as the members of SABC who saw that report that says we are not sorry, to regard that as the official position, seeing that it came from no less than the National Commissioner and was never refuted.
Abasivane kakuhle ndithi ke mina kude kube uLesine kule viki elipheleyo xa uveza kokuba awuyithethanga loo nto. Amaxhoba zalama nezihlobo nawo amapolisa ngoba efanele ukuyikholela kokuba yintetho eyinyaniso ngoba ivezwe ngu-National Commissioner wamapolisa.
Advocate, I disagree, and I just want to recall and maybe remind us that on the issue of media reports that said I was laughing, you did not take this stand, and I never refuted that. And you said nobody would ever say I had laughed. And I find it's the same principle, it's the same matter where the newspaper had a position on me, and it is yourself, when we were discussing this, that you actually engaged me in this very platform, and the approach wasn't the same. But I want to say I disagree.
Yes.
Andivumelani naloo nto ethe komhlekazi. Kuyafana nale nto eyayivele emaphepheni okokuba ndavela phaya ndihleka andizange ndiyikhanyele ndiveze emaphepheni kodwa ke into ebeyizange yenzeke andizange ndiyenze loo nto.
No, General, I think maybe we don't understand each other. Let me assist you. If you remember, on the matter of laughing, I specifically said to you at the beginning of the cross-examination that I, as somebody who knows you, could not hold the view that you laughed at such a tragedy. And I advised you, I said, on the contrary, the family, the victims and their families who had walked out do not know you as much as I do. And therefore, I advised you, outside of the glare of the cameras, to take steps to approach them in order to assure them that that report was incorrect. And that's why I'm saying now, very specifically, I'm not talking about me. It's irrelevant what I believe or don't believe. I said to you, both the victims and members of SABC who saw that statement and realized that for the following 8 or 9 months you had not refuted it, would be entitled to believe that therefore it is what you said.
Uzawukhumbula General kuba mna ndeza kuwe ndathi njengomuntu okwaziyo ngale ndlela endikwazi ngayo andiyikholele into yokokuba ubungahleka phaya kodwa ke ndathi kuwe amaxhoba zalamani nezihlobo bonke namanye amapolisa ayibona lento ivelile phaya emaphepheni emva kwezinyanga ezilithoba ungayikhanyelanga lento banokukholelwa okokuba iyinyaniso.
I will again say, Advocate, I think I've given a lot of explanation on this matter. I still disagree with your standpoint.
Sendinike inkcazelo kaninzi kule nto, Advocate, nangoku ndisathi ayinjalo.
And the next point I want to make, that will argue, is this, in respect of that point, that while you and I have agreed that this was damaging both to yourself and to the institution, and I will argue that while you are entitled to ignore damaging publication that pertains to yourself as a person, because it's your right, whether you assert those rights or not is your decision. You might want to abandon those rights, but you're not entitled to abandon the rights of the institution itself. You have a legal obligation. You had a legal obligation to ensure that the negative portrayal of SABC as an institution, in the sense that its head had said such an outrageous thing, was corrected, or was subject of legal action, or at the least the subject of the demand for an apology from the publisher of such damaging information. What have you got to say to that?
Uthini ke lento endibeka ukuba noma wena ngokakho njengomuntu ubungafuni ukuba uvele uyikhanyele lonto kodwa bo unoxanduva lokuba egameni lamapolisa uyilungise lonto ngokuthi uyikhanyele ikanene uthathe izinyathelo zokomthetho ezifanele ukuba kulungiswe lonto.
I do not regard what you're saying as any form of dereliction, because as an organization, we continued to articulate the facts as we understood them, speaking about what had happened here from the perspective of SABC. And that for me, and those various platforms that we used, were part of dealing with those aspects. So it could never have been a dereliction of duty on my part.
Akusho kokuba ngokunjengenjalo ndaphanza ukwenzeni umsebenzi wami nokwakufanele ke ndikwenze. Thina ke njengesebe siye sithathe izinto sizilungise apho kufanele zilungiswe khona njengoba ndilungisa nje kwangoku.
Okay, finally, we'll argue that your attitude in respect of that matter is typical of the undesirable behavior of what I might call generally officialdom, not to acknowledge and apologize even for, blatant infractions, and that even as we are discussing this matter, you have not said actually that you are sorry. All you have said is that you did not say that you are not sorry, which is a different thing. And there seems to be this reluctance, without taking legal obligations and all that kind of thing, simply to say, we are sorry for what happened in so far as we are engaged, or rather we are involved, the loss of life and so on and so on. Why is it so difficult?
Uthi ubunzima buphi general ekubeni nitsho nje ngaphandle kwendandabuzo nisho kokuba hayi siyaxolisa ngesenzo esenzeka ukuswelakala abantu babalahlekelwe bubomi babo. Uthi nangoku njengoba usisho nje awuyenzanga loo nto kodwa uvezi okokuba niyaxolisa ngesenzo esenzeka.
I'm actually maybe failing to understand the approach you're taking, because you are talking about a media report, which I have said, really, I can't control Sowetan, but they're right. I did not say that. So why should I be sorry for a thing that I have said to you I did not do? And when it comes to lives, my statement, my attestation in this commission, I have expressed my issues, my sentiments on that matter in writing and verbally. So I am concerned when you are saying I have failed to do that, when I've done it in the ears and eyes of everybody here.
Lento uthetha ngayo ngokumhlekazi ubuthetha ngento beyivele emaphepheni ukuba andixolisanga apho ndikuxelela ukuba isizathu yintoni ndingayivezanga loo nto bendingakwazi ukuba ndixolise ngento endingayenzanga. Kodwa ke loso uyithetha ngoku okokuba andibonisi uvelwano obuhlungu nabantu nokuxolisa ndiyithethe apha kwikomishini kuwo wonke umuntu bekhona la uvile xa ndisitsho njalo.
And the next issue I want to converse with you is that, once again, based on knowing you as I do, that whatever your view might have been on the 17th or even the 20th about thanking the police and ascribing their actions, or rather describing their actions as the best of responsible policing, you can't be proud of the actions of the police that I showed you on Thursday, which include the boot incident, the laughing, the dragging of people, the ignoring of people who are in pain, and statements like they deserve to die. Agreed?
Kuzawuvumelana nami ke apho kokuba yonke lento njengoba uyisho nje ayihambelani nalento besiyithetha apha ngoLwesine ikakhulu xa sijonga phaya lo abazeka abantu phansi phaya lomnye obeke ibhuti phezu kwepolisa ukuhleka okokwakukhona okokuba into leyo ongena kuyivumelana nayo.
All those issues I've individually responded to, and my responses, I think, are clearly articulated in terms of my opinion.
Ndiyendabeka ke apha kwizimpendulo ndibonisa okokuba mna ndimiphi kuzo zonke ezi zinto usuziveza ngoku.
So, does that mean you're not prepared to say whether I'm correct in saying you can be proud as the head of SABC of the material that I showed you, assuming, of course, that when you made those statements originally, you may not have seen what I showed you. I'm talking about right now as you're sitting there.
Ndithetha ngalanto wawuyithetha emapoliseni ubabulela ngokwenza umsebenzi omhle emva kokuba sowubone ezi zinto awusenako ukuba ungayithetha loo nto kuba umsebenzi wawo kwakuwumsebenzi wamapolisa onenkathalo.
I have, as I've said, Advocate, I've answered you on all those issues, and my position hasn't changed.
Njengoba ndisitsho kuwe Advocate ndiyena iphendula yonke lo mbuzo yakho so oko ndiyime kule nto kuzimpendulo ezendikunikeze zona.
Maybe I should ask it differently, and then I'll give up if you don't answer.
Andibuza ngenye indlela ke lo mbuzo General.
Given what I showed you on Thursday and the various instances which I won't go through now, do you still stand by your statement that whatever happened on the 16th in particular represented the best of responsible policing? Or would you like to take the opportunity to change that statement so that we can move on either way?
Mr. Semenya wishes to say something.
Mr. Mpofu has asked this question many times and has met with the same response. It is asked and answered, Chair.
The objection is one of repetition, Mr. Mpofu.
Well, that's strange. It's the very first time on earth that I'm asking this question after showing the videos. I've made it very clear that it's true that I asked it at the beginning of my cross-examination, do you still stand by a statement? And she said yes. I'm now asking it in a completely different context.
Every time you showed an incident, the climax of that particular part of the cross-examination was, do you say that represents the best of professional policing, or words to that effect?
Yes.
And every time she said, well, that's an answer that must be given by the commanders. I can't deal with what I saw, basically.
She never said that.
Isn't that right?
No, she said, I've dealt with it before, or some vague statement like that.
Well, then you're effectively confirming what Mr. Semenya said, that every time you put it to her, she said, I dealt with it already. She says the same now. I mean, the question you're asking doesn't take the matter any further. It's just a repetition of what you asked before. You got an answer, which I suspect you will use in argument at the end of the inquiry.
Well, Chairperson, that's fine. I'm simply giving the witness an opportunity to which I would have thought would be welcome by everybody, to say, now that I've seen all these things, this is my position, or whatever she wants to say. If counsel, it's fine. If she's denied that opportunity by her own counsel, I'm happy.
Doesn't seem to want her to be given that opportunity. He says you're giving it to her simply constitutes repetition.
I'm very happy.
And I must say, I think he's right. So I hold his objection. Please proceed to the next point.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm happy, as I say.
Umhlekazi Semenya ube sithi umhlekazi Mpofu uyayiphinda le mbuzo ngoba ugeneral ke waphendula kuyo yonke le ntetho uthi umhlekazi Mpofu ube ibuzile le mbuzo kodwa ke kwangoku uyibuza ngenye indlela ukuthi emveni kokuba ndikubonise le mifanekiso yangoLesine uthini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, General, I want to move on to the topic of it's a double topic. It deals with what I call Well, it deals with deployments. Let's call it that generally. And one of the things that we put to General Allendale was that there were sufficient indications. There were sufficient indications to show that the operation was hijacked, for lack of a better word, by what we described as the hawks or the hardliners, accompanied by the concomitant sidelining of the exemplary approach followed by General Mpembe.
I don't understand.
Now, you're telling us what you asked General Annandale. May I suggest you concentrate on the questions you're asking this witness? This long preamble just prolongs its matter.
Well, Chairman, I'm giving context. Can I give context to the witness so that when I do put the question, which I'm just about to do, she understands the context?
You've given the context, now put the question.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was going to do.
Into bayibeka umhlekazi uMpofu kokuba ndizawungena ngoku kwenye indima apha ndithi khona indlela kwakusetshenzwa ngayo phaya nokuthunyelwa kwamapolisa kwakukhombisa indlela ethize apho kwathi abanye ababephethe apho bakhutshelwa ngaphandle.
I'm going to give you about 7 indications of that conclusion. The first one is that General Mpembe, almost as much as complained in his statement about being ignored or sidelined. And I would refer you to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mpofu. What direct knowledge has this witness got of what General Mpembe said?
Well, if she doesn't have the knowledge, I'm going to tell her.
No, but then you're going to effectively ask her to comment on material that's before us. Surely the material that you're going to use is your 7 points, points that you should argue at the end of the inquiry to us, to try to persuade us that the conclusion you wish to draw is correct. What's the point of asking this witness?
Chairperson, the point of asking any witness, if I say to a witness, I'm going to show you that the robot was red, and then I'm going to show you that the car crossed, would you agree that that means that the person did not keep a proper lookout? I can't be disentitled from putting the material which I'm going to argue at the factual material at least, which I'm going to argue at the end. She may or may not agree with my conclusion at the end, but that's exactly what cross-examination is all about.
If my learned friend intends to do that, I formally object on the basis of relevancy. This is argumentative. You should disallow it, Chair. It doesn't advance this commission.
I'll give you a chance to reply, but, you know, it's not as if we're stopping you from putting this material to the Commission, but you're asking this witness to almost usurp the functions of the Commission and give her finding on the point you're going to argue. At the end of the day, you will have the fullest right to argue these points to us. If they're good points, we'll uphold you. If they're not, we won't. But I don't think the process is taken forward by putting these points to this witness. But this is my prima facie view. If you wish to say anything further, I listen to you.
No. Well, as I say, if then I don't know what the point of cross-examination is. If I can put propositions to the witness and then seek for her either to agree or disagree with my conclusion, in which case I move on. But then what are we doing here?
The point of cross-examination is putting questions to witnesses which they can answer meaningfully, and that their answers will be of assistance to the Commission in coming to a finding. What this witness thinks about the points you're going to put is, and I intend to show no disrespect to her, a matter of no concern to us. Your points are either good or bad. But please proceed with your cross-examination on some other point.
xa ke sekufika kuyintetho mpikiswano okwangoku akakwazi ukubuza elingqina ngentetho ethethwa ngabanye bazokwazi ukuthi baziphendulele bona apho izawuvela le ntetho xa sekuthethwa kwintetho mpikiswano.
When you arrived at in Marikana, in the Marikana area on the 13th, one of the people you found there was General Allendale, correct?
His
name is Annandale, actually.
Well, yeah. The one that the chairman...
Elementary courtesy to get people's names right.
Yeah. Well...
Ekufikeni kwakhe eMarikana nge-13 zika-August omnye wabantu abafumana phaya nguGeneral Annandale kunjalo.
That
Yes.
one. Yeah. Hmm?
Yes.
Ewe.
Were you aware that he had basically, by his own admission, deployed himself and that he was not uninvited in Marikana?
Unalo lwazi ukuba weza apha eMarikana angabizwanga umuntu waziyela yena ngokwakhe.
General Annandale did not admit to have been uninvited in Marikana, Chair.
He did.
Well, the evidence indicates that he was invited to come there. My recollection is he was obviously contacted and certain things...
Now, Chairperson, with great respect, I'll look for it on the record. The man admitted that he was not invited. I even put it to him 10 times thereafter.
Mr. Mpofu, I'm trying to explain to Mr. Semenya why you're right. If you don't want me to do so, I won't.
No, well, I thought you said he didn't say uninvited.
No, I said he didn't say he was invited. My understanding was he went on his own initiative. Certain reports were made to him, and he decided that it was appropriate for him to go himself. So therefore, in that sense, he was uninvited. I was actually saying that you were right.
Thank you,
if you don't want me to remonstrate with Mr. Semenya when he objects to your cross-examination on an unfounded basis, then I won't do so.
Please answer the question.
General Annandale kwenziwa ingxelo ezithize kuye njengomsebenzi wakhe wabesebona kuyimfanelo okokuba aziyele yena ngokwakhe apho.
Madam, please answer the question. Were you aware or unaware that Annandale had invited himself and was not deployed by anybody?
Uyayifumana into yokuba Annandale wazimema yena ngokwakhe phaya komuntu wambiza wamema ukuba eze phaya.
The concept of invited and uninvited in our service is very foreign to me.
Uthi lento yokuba kukho isimemo nezimemo ezenziwa apha kumsebenzi wethu into entsha endiqala ukuyiva.
Yes. And is the concept of deployment or instructed to do something also foreign to you? And if it is not foreign, were you aware that he had not been deployed by anybody?
Ukuthunyelwa ke ngokomsebenzi into eyenzeka.
Two questions. That's two questions. You must break them up and ask them separately. The first question was, did you regard it as foreign, the concept of deployment, did you regard that as being foreign in this particular case? I think that's the first half of your question, isn't it? And of course it has to be answered in the context of a person holding the rank of Major General who was the head of the division.
No, it doesn't. No, please, Chair, don't explain my question in a manner that I did not intend. It has no bearing on any rank. In terms of the Act, the Police Act, a person has to act either on instruction or orders. It doesn't say anything about the rank in the Act. I'm asking whether that concept of people acting on instructions or orders of whatever rank is foreign to you.
Surely there's a difference between a constable taking it upon himself to go to Marikana, to a constable from Johannesburg taking it upon himself to go to Marikana to lend a hand on the one hand, and a person who is at the national office of the police service, who holds the rank of Major General, who has various people and sections under his command. Surely there's a difference between the two. Or do you say there's no difference? So if you say there's no difference, obviously that's the question you ask, then the witness will answer you.
Yes. Well, there may well be that difference, Chairperson, but I would prefer to come from the witness, not from the chair. I don't want the witness to be assisted unnecessarily. Let her, she should know it better than you and I am, at the very least, Chairperson.
Assisting you in reformulating your question. Anyway, I will take the rebuke from whence it comes.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Can you answer my question without the rather answer my question without the qualification that was put by the Chairperson? Do you agree that in the police, people of any rank, at the very least below you, in terms of the Police Act, should act on instructions and orders? I think you used the word that it's a regimented institution, which is also, I think, General Annandale agreed to. Would you agree?
Uyavumelana nami apha ndithi onke amapolisa angaphansi kwakho noma ngeyiphi irank ngokomthetho wesipolisa afanele ukusebenza phansi kwemigaqo ebekiwe ethize apho bethunyelwa khona noma banikeze imiyalelo yokwenza into ethile.
I don't agree with you, and I'm going to take you to our opening statement because it explains a number of things of how we function.
Andivumelani nawe apho mhlakazi nzaku uyaphaya kwistatement sethu esivule ngaso apha esichaza kabanzo kokuba kusetshenzwa ngoluphi na uhlobo.
And also, I think it is important for you to recognize that the operation that was taking place in Northwest was already a net joints issue.
Enye into kufanele uyazi kokuba le nto eyenzeka phaya eMarikana isebenza ngokuhlangene kuthiwa
General
Joint
Annandale
Operations Center.
is very pivotal to that environment.
Ulonto ke uGeneral Annandale ngumuntu obaleke gqitha kumsebenzo njengalowo.
If you give me time, I'm going to go to our opening statement just to read a portion to explain this whole issue of deployment.
Ndiye phaya kwi-opening statement yethu apho ndiza kufundela khona okokuba ndiyibeka kanjani le nto.
Okay, sorry, we got lost in that debate. The question was really simple, as the Chairperson had put
No,
it.
Mr. Mpofu, you asked her a question, you put a proposition to her, she's entitled to answer it as she wishes. She feels that the best way she can answer it is by quoting something from the opening statement. She's entitled to do that. I can't, just as I can't stop you asking the question, I can't stop her from answering it.
Well, let her answer the wrong question. I'll ask the real question afterwards. You can quote whatever you want to quote. But
What the statement, the section from the opening statement is, so you can't say whether she's answering the wrong question or not. Let her answer the question as she wishes, and I've allowed you to ask the question as you want to ask it, and I must allow her to answer it the way she wants to.
yeah,
That's
fine.
the way these things work. Fairness operates both in favour of you and in favour of the witness.
Well, okay. Chairperson, you clarified the question to say, is it foreign or is it not foreign? And that's all I'm asking. If it's a subject of a quotation, that's fine.
The passage now that you
I'm
want to
just
quote.
going to quickly look up. I found the statement.
Well, you found the document in which the answer
yes,
is
I have.
contained, right?
Chairperson, I'd like to read from the opening statement. I think it's marked FF9,
Graph number you reading?
number 15.
Thank you.
In addition, police services worldwide and in this country have standard operating procedures, formulated national instructions and guidelines,
Uchaza apha ke uCommissioner kwi-statement sabo ukuba kusetshenzwa kanjani apha emsebenzini wamapolisa ukuba imigaqo nemithetho ebekiwe isebenzwa ngoluphi uhlobo.
police rely on them for their operational guidance.
Apha ke kuthethwa khona ukuba amapolisa alandela leyo migaqo ibekiwe.
These SOPs, instructions, and guidelines are there to ensure that everyone will do and act in a common way.
Apho ebeka khona ke okokuba kuzawulandela indlela esisiqhelo ekusetshenzwa ngayo.
This within the environment where police need to be self-disciplined while receiving controlled and limited supervision.
apho amapolisa afanele asebenze khona kodwa ke asebenza phansi kwemiyalelo ethize nolawulo olufanele.
The following are some of the key benefits of using such an approach in policing.
Balwa ke apha izinto eziqoka ezenziwa phansi kwale mithetho ebekiwe.
I think those we can look into, but I think what is important is to say this being a net joint matter.
Njengoba ndichaza okokuba lento lena ibe kuyinhlanganisela ye-net joint into yezwe lonke.
The instruction from me was already given.
Asendiyikhuphile ke mina imiyalelo efanele.
And the net joint was expected to work with this province to ensure that this operation does take place.
Ngoku ke i-net joint le yayifanele okokuba isebenze phansi kwale mithetho.
I did not need to go to General Anandale individually to say you are invited.
Kwakungekho sidingo sokuba ndiye ku-Anandale ndithi u-Anandale uyamenywa phaya.
I was expecting the net joints in its fullest form to actually work with this province and do what they're supposed to do, and they did so.
Dandi ngicinga uba njengemfanelo i-net joint ifanele okokuba isebenze ngale province njengoba kusesiqhelile.
And this is why I would like to refer you back to the whole issue of how our SOPs, our instructions and other things work.
Njengoba ndiqhela okokuba imithetho yethu isebenza kanjani.
And that within that environment, police need to be self-disciplined while receiving controlled and limited supervision. General Anandale didn't need me to come to him and say, General Anandale, go.
Bengadingi ke uGeneral Anandale ukuba eze kum.
My instruction through the net job was sufficient.
Noma ndithi mne kuye iya kuye. Imiyalelo ndandiyinikeza i-net job yayanele.
Okay. Now, would you care to answer my question then, which is, as broken down by the chairperson, was simply whether the notion of instructions and orders is as foreign to you as is the notion of invitations, or not? That's all I asked you at this stage.
Uthi into endisayibuza nangoku ke kokuba inyani na yayikhanyele into yokuba amapolisa asebenza ngokulayelwa nge-instructions nange-orders okokuba makathunyelwe apho.
What I've read through has just underscored the fact that deployments and invitations are different and deployments are not foreign to me.
Njengoba bendichaza ngoku kokuba lento yokuba kufanele kumenywe umuntu kuba yokwenza into ethize ayiyona into eyenzekayo leyo kodwa kulandelwa imigaqo ebekiwe ekusetshenzwa ngayo.
Yes, and all I'm saying to you now that you've answered that, is that General Anandale at least was candid enough to admit that he had not been deployed by anybody. And the only question I was asking you was whether you were aware of this or not this whole story.
Into bendiyibuza nje uAnandale General wavuma yena okokuba akukho muntu wamthumela phaya waziyela wona ngokwakhe yiyo nje into bendiyibuza leyo.
The important thing for you, advocate, to note is that I had called for a net joint to intervene, and he is part of that.
Into ebalulekile ukuba mna ndabiza i-net joint yelizwe lonke yena ke ube ingxenye yaleyo net joint.
Well, firstly, when did you call for the net joints to act, and did that call include the net joints, as it were, physically relocating to Marikana?
Wawuyibize nini ke noma umyalelo lo we-net joints?
I have indicated in my testimony here that the moment any operation crosses the border of that particular province, and where I have to deploy additional members from anywhere else, and the magnitude of any particular operation calls for me to sit down and decide whether the net joints get involved. And you would see right in some of the statements around the 10th and all those, it was before we started calling people from other provinces. When that happens, I get involved. And when that happens, net joints get involved.
Uzawubona ke kwintetho nestatement ezenziwa phaya ku-10 kungakenzeki yonke lento kokuba kulapho ndabandakanyeka khona. xa kwenzeka i-operation enjengalena eye iphumele ngaphandle kwelo phondo kulapho i-netjog ingenela khona ke kwaba sisidingo sokuba ndingenele ngelo xesha.
No, ma'am, I think maybe I didn't ask the question properly. You said a few minutes ago that you called for net joints to be involved. I'm simply asking you when, in what form, if it was a letter or an email or whatever, when that was done. So your answer can be that it automatically happens when you deploy nationally. Because you, not me, said that you made that call. I'm saying, I'm sorry to ask you two questions. Maybe let's do it one at a time. When did you make that call?
Mbuzo kuqala ukuthi uyenze nini ke lo ntetho wayibiza nini le net joys.
I have said to you that the moment we started deploying people from other provinces in itself, as I've said in my testimony.
Njengoba nishilo ukunqina bami ekuqaleni nje kwethu ukuzisa abanye ukuthumela abanye abangaphandle kweliphondo kulapho yaqala khona.
Any person who comes into Northwest outside this environment where we had to start backing up the deployment of Northwest can only be done by me. And when I do that and I start invoking the services of the net joints, you spoke about whether I wrote a letter. I did not write a letter. I informed General Mawela that he needs to get involved and assist General Mbombo.
Apho ke kuye kwenzeka lento xa ndithumela lento biyenzeka apha ephondweni lasemntantshona. Ekuqaleni kwami ukuthumela amapolisa amanye angaphandle kwamanye amaphondo. Apho ndiye ndaxela khona uGeneral Mawela ukuba sebenzisane nababanye ukungenelela kwale ntetho.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point I'm making, ma'am. That General Annandale did not report to you, according to him at least, reported to General Mawela. And as you correctly put it, in that chain of the regimented regime, you, I'm going to assume in a favor, you gave a certain instruction to General Mawela. But General Annandale does not then say that General Mawela then gave an instruction to him to do anything, which is how it would work in a hierarchical organization. And that's exactly what we are busy interrogating. That, to your knowledge, General Mawela had not deployed General Annandale to physically come to Marikana or not, whether you are aware of this. This has been established already through General Annandale.
Umbuzo ilona kokuba njengoba wena uthethe noGeneral uMawela akuyena waxelela uAnnandale njengokusho kwakhe uAnnandale akaxelanga nguMawela ukuba eze apha.
The net joke had been called, had been invoked. It was in operation, and those that are in the net joke needed to do what they are supposed to do. So if you want to rewrite how we do things, it's another story.
Sekubizwe i-net joints apha. Abo bantu ke babandene i-net joke bayazi ukuba xa ibiziwe yintoni ekufanele bayenze.
All right, well, then we will never know whether you are aware or not aware. Then,
I think I understand why you're asking the question. I think you're entitled to insist on an answer to that question. I think I know what you're going to argue at the end of the case. Whether it's a good point or a bad point, I don't know, but obviously you need that fact to base an argument on, so I think you must persist. You mustn't give up so easily. If I may say so.
Chair, thank you, Chairperson. I appreciate that. Maybe in fairness, let me explain why I'm asking this question, General. One of the suggestions made at least by either General Annandale or the chairperson was that since you arrived on, or rather if on the 15th you acquiesced, or rather did not do anything about the non-deployment of Annandale, that would somehow cure the original lack of deployment. Now, I'm asking you, now of course that may or may not be so, but one thing that is clear is that you couldn't have cured something you were not aware of. And that's why I'm asking you whether you are aware of the non-deployment. Because if you are not, then your silence can never be read as curing the defect. You might have thought he was properly deployed. Do you understand where I'm going with this?
Umbuzo yiloko ba xa ufika phaya ufumana ekhona uGeneral akho nto wayenza apho ukuthula kwakho akuyilungisi lonto mhlawumbe bekwenziwa ngokuba ubungazo kokuba uze apho angabizwanga ngomnye.
Yes. So because I'm going to argue at the end of the case that Annandale's presence there was it kind of fell between two stools, if you know what I mean. That you might have thought that he was properly deployed by Mawela or invited by Mbombo, and they, in turn, might have thought that he was properly sent by head office. In other words, what was going through your mind about this deployment becomes important. So I'm asking for the last time, were you aware or not aware that Annandale's arrival, or rather departure from Pretoria on the 13th, was not as a result of a specific instruction from General Mawela, nor a specific invitation from General Mbombo? You were either aware or you were not aware.
Unjalo kumbuzo kokuba xa ufika wena apha wawungazo kokuba uze kanjani uAnnandale wawucinga mhlawumbe uthunyelwa nguMawela noma nguMbombo noma xa kusukeni kwakhe nge-13 zika-August phaya esiza apha engebizwanga ngumuntu ubunalo na ulwazi lokuba uzizele yena ngokwakhe noma ubucinga kokuba ubizwe ngaba babili ogeneral ngomnye wabo?
I'm aware that it was necessary and critical for him to be here.
Into ebendiyazi kokuba bekunyanzelekile okokuba abe lapha bekukho isidingo.
Taking the point as far as you can take
Yeah,
it.
I have.
You've got an answer which you can found an argument on. Whether it's a good argument or not, we will discover in due course.
One day in the future. Thank you, Chairperson. Well, okay, whether or not he was properly deployed, were you aware that General Annandale subsequently played what one might call a pivotal and decisive part in the events leading up to the tragedy of the 16th, including A, determining the time of the operation, B, appointing the person who was going to draft the plan, and C, playing a major role in securing the services of the person who was going to be the chief negotiator.
Ubuzwa ke ngoko kokuba unalo na ulwazi kokuba uGeneral Annandale safikile apha ngomnye wabantu ababaleke gqitha kwenzekweni kwalenhlekele yenzeka apha ngokuthi amaxesha ukuba yenzeka nini lento abekwa nguye, ukuthi ngubani ozobhala iplan abekwa nguye, lo wayengum i-chief negotiator kwakuba ngumuntu waye uzoba uzenza uthethathethana lapha wayebekwe nguye.
I take it that, Advocate, there was sufficient opportunity to actually engage the member on all those key operational issues that he had the responsibility to do and execute. I would not be able to give those nitty-gritty issues that you wanted me to respond to, but I hope that he had been able to answer those questions when you posed them to him.
Ndiyethemba okokuba ube nalo ithuba lokokuba wazi ukuphendula leyo mbuzo ke kufanele. Into endinithetha nje okokuba ke ube noxanduva njengomuntu ophaya okokuba athathe izinyathelo efanele ukuzithetha azichazile xa ebuzwa apho ukuba wazithathiswa yintoni.
Okay. Once again, I'm only asking you about whether you were aware or not, but I'm not going to go down that road again. So I'll just move on like this. Whether you were aware or not aware, are these things that I've listed, which play a significant role in any operation of this kind, not the types of decisions which should be taken by the CJOC?
Ezi zinto ndithetha ngazo ezigqibo azithatha kwakungazinto kwakungezona na into ekufanele kwenziwe isigqibo kuyi-CJOC yonke iphelele.
Am I understanding you to be saying he was not operating with the CJOC?
Ndiva uthi apha ube sebenza ngaphandle angasebenzi ne-CJOC.
Yes, you are, because he used the word I don't want to go through all these things, but he says, I, or rather, I'm paraphrasing, please. I asked Scott and Pretorius to go and brief the commanders because I wanted the operation to start at 15:30. And then he says, I, knowing that there's a Scott from STF who does plans, ensured that his presence is secured. And then later he says, I asked somebody else, I forget the name now, I phoned somebody to ensure that Macintosh, or rather a hostage negotiator, is secured.
I think it was Stradom, wasn't it?
Stradom, that's correct.
Stradom.
Thank you, Chairperson.
He spoke to Dr. Stradom and then
That's correct.
send the top negotiator and they
Yes.
sent Macintosh. I think
That's
that's
correct.
it.
Yes. I'm indebted to the Chairperson.
Uyibuza ke
And it
mbuzo.
is on that basis, and he candidly admitted that he played those roles. All I was simply asking is whether you were aware that he played such a significant role.
Umbuzo kaMthethwa.
Sorry. I'm not asking that anymore because you didn't answer it. I'm asking whether those are tasks that would be ordinarily carried out by the CJOC or not.
Umbuzo yilokuba ezi zinto athi wazenza yena umhlekazi uAnandeli ngoba uthi ndim endabiza uScott ukuba njengomuntu endimaziyo ukuba udrawa iplan ndimi endabiza uScott ndaxela uScott noPretorius ukuba baxelela phaya ukuba ndifuna ioperation iqale ngo-15:30 uthi uye owabiza umhlekazi uStradom lo oyinegotiator yiko ndibuza okokuba lento ibingafanelanga na okokuba yenziwe yindibano phaya ye-CJOC.
Having not been there to listen to the testimony, I think I now go to issues of language. Is it I, as a leader of the JOC, working with people in that JOC, or because that operation is way too big for any one person to talk we talk we and us when we deal with that type of operation. And I think I contextualize the I, be just saying, as a leader, I led the team to do the following. As a leader, I led the people to do the following. As a leader, there's no way Scott could do that plan alone because he was not even out there. There is no way that any one of them could pull this operation alone. I don't know. Maybe it's a language issue, which is complex to me because I read the I very differently.
Uthi ugeneral apha kuzawuba mhlawumbe ukungavani kakuhle ngentetho uthi xa usebenzisa umna kuwe inkokheli apho elidayo uthi mna ndiye ndathi kanti uthetha egameni lalo nhlanganisela ibikhona uthi siye sisebenzise apha amagama afana nokuthi thina utsho ungasho kuba wena ngokwakho uthetha ngani ebekade nisebenza uthi le operation ibeyinkulu gqitha kuba ngenziwa ngumuntu oyedwa.
Are you aware that General Mpembe has said whether in his statement or to you, whatever is in his statement, he might have said it to you as well, that had he been contacted by the commanders on the ground, or rather the reason why he did not give his input was that he had not been contacted even though he was available. And more importantly, that if he had been contacted after scene 1, he would have called for I can't remember a halt for the purposes of doing an assessment, in which case maybe scene 2 would not have happened.
Uyayazi na okokuba General Mpembe uye wathetha le ntento okokuba yena ke akazange kuqhamshelane naye, uthi ube nolwazi lokuba sekwenzeke ntoni phaya kwesehlakalo sokuqala, abuza ubezawuba anikeze umyalelo kumama ke kumiwe kancinci ungachishekela phambili.
Chair, if you're looking for those parts, it's 56 and 51.
Yes, we should read it there. It's Exhibit Triple G12. That's the statement of Major General Mpembe. Perhaps those who are assisting you can give it to. When I say assisting you, I mean handing you the relevant documents as and when they're called for. I don't mean anything else. Yeah. Do you have the document? Now, on page 22, paragraph 51, reads, at all times while I was in the helicopter, he explained that he went up the helicopter at some stage to find out what was happening. At all times while I was in the helicopter, which is a period of about 20 minutes or less, I was accessible by radio, both to the operational commander, Brigadier Karlitz, and to the JOC. As overall commander, I could only give direction when direction was sought, either from the JOC or from the operational commander. Neither sought direction. And then in 56, the last paragraph of his statement, page 23, he says, I wish to state that if I'd been told immediately after scene 1, but before scene 2, that people had been killed, I would have directed that police members do a show of force and contain the situation while attending to the scene around the kraal. Effectively, I would have directed that we do the same thing I'd done on Monday, 13 August 2012. That's the passage that you're putting to the witness.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Now, what do you wanted to say about it? Or how do you want to deal with it?
Well, the question is simply whether you are aware or not, either from the statement or from conversation you might have held with the CJOC, that he held these views, that had he been contacted, he would have halted the operation, and that he had not been contacted even though available.
Chair, what do we want the witness to say on a postulate that General Mpembe is saying he would have done had he been contacted?
The question is, the question is the present tense. Is she aware of it? I'm not quite sure how that helps us by itself, but I must assume that Mr. Mpofu is going to lead that, forms the foundation for the next question, and he wouldn't want to tell us now what the next question is before he's asked this one, I suppose.
I can even tell you, Chairperson, if she was aware, I will ask another question. If she wasn't, I'll move on to something else. Because nothing will flow from it if she was not aware.
You're now changing the tense. You see, the question you asked was, are you aware? Now, that's what I put to Mr.
No, I mean...
The question is, were you aware? And if, of course, you mean, the question is, were you aware? Then you've got to say the time to which the question relates. So, if it's were you were aware, say the time to which the question relates, and let's hear what our answer is.
Okay.
Well, Chair, General Mpembe then was himself not aware, because he is saying this as a retrospective view, that had I been contacted at that time, now to then ask this question, are you aware now or were you aware then?
Now, he hasn't told us what the then is yet. I mean, obviously, she wasn't aware at the time what was going on. He's talking about a different time of non-awareness, if you know what I mean. Mr. Mpofu's got something up his sleeve, and it's not fair to make him just tell us what it is at this stage. But he wants to know whether at a particular time, he hasn't told us what it is yet, was this witness aware?
Yes.
I think I'd be unfair if I didn't let him ask the question.
Yes.
How it's going to help him is a question you may have something to say about later. But ask the question, let's get the answer.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Intethe ebekade khona apha phakathi kaMhlekazi umgcinisihlalo uMhlekazi uSiminya noMhlekazi uMpofu ulo mbu ile ntetho ethethwa
Sorry,
nguGeneral
General.
uMpembe apha.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mahlang. General, what Mr. Semenya is asking is fair about allocating the time. But the time that I'm talking about should be made clear by the fact that I said when I asked the question, either as a result of a conversation you had with Mpembe, in other words, not on the 16th, that conversation you could have had it at any time, or having read his statement, or both of those things happened subsequent to the events. And I'll ask the question again in fairness to you. Are you aware, either as a result of a conversation between you and General Mpembe, or having read his statement, that he complained, I'm putting that in quotes, that he had not been contacted even though he was available, and that had he been contacted or told, I think that's his word, had he been told that scene one had happened, he would have acted as the chairperson.
Well, I'm not sure that you can call that a complaint, but I can understand the relevance of the question.
Statement, I'll leave it neutral, that he made a statement that he was not.
Let me finish. I can understand the relevance of the question. If you want to know whether when she made her statements on, say, the 17th or the 20th, she was aware of that statement by Mpembe, I'll allow that question, if that's what you mean by then.
Yes.
But I'm not going to allow any more.
Let's not color it. Leave the complaint, say statement. You are aware of the statement by Mpembe that he, although he was available, had not been contacted by either the JOC or the operational commander, and that had he been contacted after scene one at least, he would have done what the chairperson read out to you.
Added the extra point. You see, you say, were you aware? The question was, when are you interested in? And I suggested to you that if you ask the question, were you, i.e. the witness, aware when you made your statements on the 17th and the 20th of that statement that Mpembe had made, then I'll allow the question. But you didn't add that last bit in.
Yes. Were you aware when you made the statement and between the time you made the statement and now?
Umbuzo obokade ukhona nentetho ebikhona apha yumaqondana nalo mbuzo.
You've undone it, Mr. Mpofu. Concentrate on what she was aware of or not aware of on the 17th and the 20th. I think that's all you need for your argument.
Okay, fair enough.
Xa enza istatement sakhe nge-17 ugeneral ube nalo na ulwazi lokokuba kukho le ntetho evela kugeneral uMpembe kokuba wayekhona apho akaxelanga ngale nto lena uthi ukube ubexelelwe ngokuba sekwenzekeni phaya kwisehlakalo sokucala ubengahle abize kokuba kukwe kuthi ukumiswa kancinci ngale nto kulandele ezinye izindlela njengoba enza phaya nge-13 zika-August 2012.
I was not aware on the 17th and 20th of the statement.
Bendingenalo ulwazi nge-17 nange-20 ngolu lwazi.
Were you ever aware at any stage that General Mpembe told Mr. Matunjwa in the morning of the 16th that he was no longer in charge of the operation, which is evidence given by Mr. Matunjwa, which is not disputed?
Ubonalo na ulwazi lokuba uGeneral Mpembe waxelela uMhlekazi uMathunjwa nge-16 zika-August kusasa okokuba hayi akusendime ndiphethe ngoku sekhona omnye ophethe?
I'm not aware.
Andinalo lwazi.
And were you aware that when, I'm sorry, I don't want to fall into the same. Were you ever aware that when General Mpembe needed to go on air to inspect the operation, he asked General Allendale for the means to do so, and General Annandale told him that all the subs helicopters were gone and he would arrange for him to go in the Lonmin chopper.
We've heard for several times it's not properly described as the Lonmin chopper. It was the coin.
No, Chairperson, I'm sorry. The police, I've shown several times as well that the police referred to it as such.
It's not correct. The facts are it wasn't the Lonmin helicopter, and my learned friend is snatching a statement from it which is not supported, which has never been deposed to, whereas the real facts before the Commission is it was not the Lonmin helicopter, which he at some stage accepted, in fact.
No, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, there are two instances. I don't want us to go to this. Commissioner Tokota kindly took us to the passage in the I think it's FF25, where it's referred to as such. When we were given the documentation of that video, you remember the very first video I ever played here, which was for Bota last year, it was described as video coming from the Lonmin chopper. So let's at least...
Sorry, Mr. Prophet, let's not waste time on a point that may be relevant.
Yeah.
It was described loosely as the Lonmin chopper.
I don't know.
It's been explained, well, let's describe, let's take out the loosely. It was described as a Lonmin chopper. We've now had the explanation that it was actually a coin chopper, a Protea coin chopper, which was contracted in some way to Lonmin.
To Lonmin,
yes. But I don't know whether the thrust of your question depends upon it being the Lonmin chopper or being a non-police chopper which happened to be made available, which belonged to Protea Coin. The point, as I understood you were making, was that Mpembe said when he wanted to go up in the air to see what was happening, none of the police choppers were available, what Annandale told him, but he'd arranged for this other chopper, which we've now been talking about, to be made available. If that's all you need, then why not just ask the question like that and we won't get involved in these sideshows, which don't really take your point further, I don't think, unless I'm misunderstanding.
No, it won't. But I can't be banned from using the language which was probably used by Allendale, because, as I've shown, that's how the police referred to the thing. So what are the chances that Allendale said, oh no, you're going to get the coin contracted by Lonmin? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Mr. Prophet, it's a side issue at the moment. Let's concentrate, keep an eye on the ball, and with a bit of luck you may get it in the net at some stage.
No, I just wanted to make that point.
And not only in extra time.
Yes, no. For progress, I'll
no,
do
in
so.
fairness, Chair, may I just say something? You're too fair to my learned friend. He's reading from the Mpembe statement. He's just read us paragraph 48. In paragraph 49, the good general says, the Protea coin helicopter flew above the 3 SAP helicopters. So the very wording of the witness he's debating referred to a Protea coin. It's quite wrong now to superimpose a Lonmin helicopter here.
Well, once again, Mr. Berger is guilty of not listening. I did not read paragraph 48, neither did I quote Mpembe. I'm quoting Annandale.
Seems to me the point in debate at the moment takes us no further. So there's so many important points for us to concentrate on.
I'd rather move on.
And the amount of water in the bucket is getting smaller every day. So
well, it's not by me, Chairperson. If the question would have long been answered by now, if I was
let's concentrate on the main point. Put your main question, and when we've got the answer, we'll take the tea adjournment, unless you want a few more minutes to round off a point.
No, I'll ask.
Into ebekade khona apha ukuba le helicopter ekuthethwa ngayo apha ibibizwa ngantoni, abanye bathi ibibizwa nge-Lonmin helicopter kanti enye babiza ngokuba yakwa coin. Ngoku ke kuzawuthutshekwa emva kokuba kube khona le ntetho.
Were you aware that, among other things, when General Mpembe wished to go on air to inspect the operation, he asked General Allendale, who informed him that the subs choppers were all gone, and went on to organize another helicopter, which is referred to in the papers variously as the coin chopper or the Lonmin chopper.
ubona lona ulwazi lokuba ngenkathi uGeneral Mpembe efuna ukukhuphuka ayepha phezulu ayojonga lento yenzeka phansi wathi kuGeneral Anandale kuye zonke ichopper zakwa SAPS sezihambile uzokwenza amalungiselelo okuba afumane enye ihelicopter le ebizwa yakwa Lonmin noma yakwa Coin.
I've indicated in my testimony that I was not involved in operations. Other than reading the statements as written, I was not part of the operations. And I'm sure the two generals could be able to answer these questions much more.
General ezazimbini zizo ezokwazi ubazo uphendule kakuhle lo mbuzo mina bendingekho apho ngaphandle kokuthi ke intetho zabo nento ezenzeka apho ndizifunde nje emaphepheni.
Okay. Were you aware of the death threats that had been made to General Mpembe in respect of how he had handled the operation on the 13th in which 5 people were killed, including 2 policemen? Sorry, Chairperson, you did say it was about tea time, and I forgot. But look, maybe I can just get this answer.
I did say if you wanted to ask a question or 2 more, you could do
Oh,
so.
thank you. I didn't hear that.
So I didn't stop you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mandigqibela ngalo mbuzo ubunalo la ulwazi kokuba kwaba khona ugrogriso ngokubulawa kuka General Mpembe emva kwesehlakalo esenzeka pha nge13 apho kwasoleka khona abantu abahlana amapolisa amabili nabanye abantu abathathu.
I've heard of those statements.
Ndiye ndayiva lo ntetho.
Were you aware that as a result of those death threats, one Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak says that he, Vermaak, as a result thereof, wanted to remove General Mpembe?
Unalo na ulwazi le ntetho ka Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak ukuthi uthe xa eva le nto le ezizirokiso waba wafisa okokuba amsuse apho uGeneral
In the interest of
Mpembe.
completeness, I wanted to say he wanted to remove him from the scene where those threats were being made, which was the area where the fatalities occurred on the 13th. He had no power to remove him in the general sense. It was only to physically remove him from that scene where the fatalities occurred, or some of them, on the 13th.
Okay, well, then I think we should take the tea so that I can check. The chair is probably right, but I'll just check it over the tea break. Yeah.
As far as if he didn't know anything about what for Mark's decision to remove him, wherever it's from, then of course you don't have to check because it takes
Exactly.
no further.
Yeah.
So the question, National Commission, is this: Lieutenant Colonel Mark says he heard these threats against General Mpembe on the 13th at the scene where some of the fatalities occurred on that day, and because of the threats, he thought it appropriate for General Mpembe to be removed by helicopter from that scene. The question is whether you were aware of that.
Ubuza kokuba ube nolwazi na uGeneral ngalento kokuba emva kokuba kuvele ezirokiso zokuthi ngahle kubulawa uGeneral Mpembe phaya kwenzeke khona isehlakalo sange13 uLieutenant Colonel Vermaak wayefuna kokuba amthathe amsuse apho ngehelicopter ube yazi na lo nto General.
Chair, I think as I've already stated, those are serious operational issues. I wouldn't have been part of those other than just reading on the statements that have been given.
Phande kokuthi nje ndifunde
With your permission, Mr.
kwistatement
Mpoko, may we take tea now?
Yes, I was going to
Yeah,
say.
we'll take-
For the first time, I'll take that answer as a no. Thank you, Chairperson.
We'll take the tea, John.
sake sithi kubethe itiye kancinci.
face and the smile.
Commission commences, Masukuben Sonke.
The Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, do you have any further questions with the witness?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. General, we were still, excuse me, we were still on the question of whether you were aware that Farlam had purported to, or rather at least intended to remove General Mpembe from the scene, as the chairperson correctly pointed out. It says in the Afrikaans version, it says af die toneel af or whatever, following the death threats that were made against him.
Ubuzo kokuba ube nolwazi na kokuba uKolonel Farlam wayenenjongo zokuba amsuse umhlekazi uGeneral Mpembe kulaa ndawo apho kwakho isirokiso sokuba angahlabulawa.
I had already responded that those are intricate operations issues that I'm sure General Mpembe and Anandale would have been better capable to answer.
Okay.
Uthi izinto zokwazi ukuba ziphendule ngabo boMpembe noGeneral Anandale ezo ziphathelene neoperation le esenzeka apho.
Because I was not there.
Ukuthi ke mina ndandingekho.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mtlang. The reason I'm asking you, General, I appreciate what you're saying. The reason I'm asking you is that Lieutenant Colonel Farlam, there are two reasons. The first one is that Lieutenant Colonel Farlam indicates that he conveyed this to General Mbombo. So it's possible that General Mbombo might have conveyed it to you, but if she didn't, she didn't. So it's not just a question of Mpembe and Farlam. It was referred upwards, so to speak. And so whether the upwards ended with Mbombo or ended with you, that's what I want to clarify.
Uthi uKolonel Farlam wayixomxela uGeneral Mbombo ngalento ngoku ndibuza ukuba ayiphelelanga apho ndiyabona yade yafika nakuwe noma phezulu.
Yeah, as I've said, I've already said the awareness of those. I don't have, and I'm sure General Mbombo will answer those questions.
Ndithe hayi ezo zinto ke uGeneral Mbombo ngabo abazokwazi ukuphendula ngazo ngezo zinto.
So can I take it that General Mbombo, from that answer you are saying General Mbombo did not relay the matter further to you? Not the matter, that particular aspect.
Ngamanye amazwi uthi uGeneral Mbombo akayigqithisa ngalento akaxelanga ngayo.
I've already said to you that yes, that was an operational matter, and I'm sure they'll be able to answer you on that.
Senditshilo kokuba lena kwakuyinto eyayiphathelene nale operation eyenzeka ngelo xesha xa kunjalo ngabo abazokwazi ukuthi baxele.
No, General, I'm afraid I'm asking you a very specific question. There are three possible answers to it. It's either you are aware because General Mbombo relayed the matter further to you, or you were not aware because she did not relay to you, or you cannot remember.
Impendulo zingazintathu nje general okokuba uGeneral Mbombo waxela ngalento ikanene akaxelelanga kwesithathu kungenza kuba mhlawumbe usulibele.
Nothing is inconsistent with my answer. I have said to you those are operational issues that I'm not aware of, and they will answer you appropriately.
Ndithe izinto ezaziphathelene nalo msebenzi owenziwa ngelo xesha xa kukho izimpendulo ezidingekayo ngabo abantu babelapho banokwazi ukuba baphendule.
Okay.
I didn't hear you clearly. I understood the second part of your answer to be that the commanders and so forth would deal with that when they give evidence. But you started off by saying there were operational issues, and then I missed the next few words. Were you aware of them at the time, or not? That's the point. I understand they'll be dealt with fully by the commanders and so forth when they give evidence. But the question that Mr. Mpofu wants to know and wants an answer to is, was this these alleged threats and what Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak wanted to do about them. Was that conveyed to you, or were you not aware of it?
Ubuza ngolo hlobo umqinisihlalo ukuba ndiyayiva impendulo yakho ukuba zi-general ezizokwazi ukuphendula kodwa ke into ebuzayo kokuba emva kokuba eseyenzeke le nto iye yaxelwa nakuwe uye waxelwa ngale nto eyayibonwe ithethwa nguFarlam.
Chair, this is why I said these are operational issues that I wouldn't have been aware of, and I'm saying the members will answer those.
That's the part I didn't hear. You weren't aware of it. Thank you.
Izinto zazenzeka phaya apho kwenza khona lo msebenzi operational matters apho ndandingekho khona ngako ndingenalo ulwazi laloo nto.
Thank you. Now, had you been made aware of that fact, knowing what you know about the hierarchical nature of the organization, would you find it strange or not strange that a lieutenant colonel would remove a general from a particular scene?
Ngokwazi kwakho ke indlela enisebenza ngayo okokuba ucolonel ulieutenant colonel ubengakwazi na ukuba suse ongaphezulu kwakhe igeneral endaweni.
Chair, can we get clarity? As I understand, the word remove was to remove him from harm's way, or is he saying that it was an instruction given by a junior to a senior?
Hlekazi Siminya uyibeka ngolhlobo kokuba xa umuntu umsusa kukho ingozi engahle ibe khona enye into leyo kunokuba
The question is slightly ambiguous. I think Mr. Semenya is entitled to ask you to make it a bit clearer. What is your answer to the point you raised?
Well, at this stage, since Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak is not here, I will rely simply on his statement where he says, I can't remember the Afrikaans, but where he says he took the decision to remove or intended to remove him. So on either formulation that Mr. Semenya has put, the question is, given the hierarchical nature of the organization, would a junior officer, as it were, remove or have the capability to remove? I'm just looking for the correct. It's here.
Chair, maybe to
Okay, I get. I found the chairperson. Sorry, Mr. Semenya, just so that you can object properly. It's on paragraph 5 of Vermaak. Ek het direk na hom toe gegaan en hom meegedeel dat ek hom van die toneel af gaan verwyder weens die dreigement op sy lewe. So it's very clear.
Uchiwaya kuye wafika wamxelela ukuba ngezi zigrogriso ezijongiswe kuwe ndizawudinga kokuba ndikususe apha.
That's my point precisely, Chair, that to remove somebody from harm's way does not require any hierarchy.
Any direction.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo kumhlekazi uSiminya ukuthi xa isikhulu esingaphezulu kwakho kukho ingozi esijongene nayo awudingi wena ungaphansi kwakho ukuba uzufumane igunya longaphezulu kwamakasuse apho ngokwesikhundla.
Look from the context as if Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak means physically remove out of harm's way.
No, I don't think so.
Rather than take it upon myself to issue an order to a superior and tell him to leave the scene.
No. I'm afraid, Chairperson, it's not that simple. If a person says, I went to the person and I said to him, I am going to remove you, right. That's not the same as...
Well, let me translate what is said. He says that ek het direct na hom toe gegaan. I went directly to him.
Yes.
En hom meegedeel and informed him that ek hom van die toneel af gaan verwyder, that I'm going to remove him from the scene.
Yes.
Weens die dreigement op sy lewe because of the threat to his life.
Yeah.
Ek het 'n ideale voertuig met 2 lede gereël om die generaal weg te vat na die OPS toe. I arranged an ideale vehicle with 2 members to take the general away to the OPS. What's the OPS? Is that the Afrikaans for Jock?
Yes.
Captain Oosthuizen en Sergeant Venter.
It's the Jock.
De kapitein Oosthuizen en Sergeant Venter het intussen die een beseteld. No, that's something else. So that's the passage. So he says he told him that he was going to remove him because of the threat to his life, and he arranged for the Nyala vehicle to come with these two members.
Yeah. So, thank you, Chairperson. So, all I'm
That's the passage. Now, based on that passage, you want to put a question to the witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah. And really, the issue general here is there's a difference between saying, I went to the man, realizing that he was in danger, and suggested to him whether he shouldn't maybe remove himself from the scene, blah, 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 blah. That's the difference between that. I went to the man, I told him that I am removing him, and I arranged for him to be taken away, if you appreciate that difference.
But the words are weens die dreigement op sy lewe because of the threat to his life.
Yeah, two things that I...
It appears to be what is part of what Vermaak said to the general.
Yes. So the two things that the two things that I concede, having read the thing over tea, is that, as the chair had said, it was a removal from the scene, because it talks about the Toniel, and also that it was against the regiment. In other words, it was in relation to the threat.
Kwento ezimbini ke ndizifundileyo uba kuthiwa njengoba esitsho sihlala ukuba wayesusa kuloo ndawo apha kwenzeke khona le ntlekele isizathu sesibili wayezusela ukuba kwakukho ubungozi wayejongene nabo ngelo xesha.
I think, just listening to what is being read and what is being interpreted, you are mentioning that there's a scene.
Uthi kukho indawo apho kwenzeka khona isehlakalo esi.
And there is a reason that there's a serious qualification by the statement that is being given.
Kukho isizathu ke sento vakalayo apha.
That weens die dreigement op sy lewe,
Isizathu sokuba kuhoyiswa ngempilo
I'm
yakhe.
assisting. There's no rank issue here.
Apha ube ncedisa nje kakusebenzi
It's a situation and a danger that is perceived and a member that is being responsible.
Ilunga lamapolisa elilali ihokiswa ngokubulawa kukho indawo enjengaleyo kukho nesisihokiso sasothusayo.
So, can I read from that answer then that what you are saying is, contrary to what I will argue, that because A, it was merely a removal from the scene, and B, it had to do with the threat. It was therefore acceptable, or to use my original words, not strange, that a more junior officer would remove his senior from a scene. In other words, even if it was a constable, under those circumstances, you would accept it.
Ubuza kwamkela lonto noma kwakuyi constable wayevele nto lena aya kophu ngaphezulu kwakhe amcela ukuba kukho into enjengalena ngicela ukuba usuke apha buza yamkela leyo nto.
And this is why I said in my response to you earlier on that rank has no role in these two issues.
Ewe nditsho nje kokuba apha ke akusebenzi rank.
It's about the situation
Yes.
and a danger in that
Kwimeko
situation and acting responsibly.
eyayinobungozi lo muntu wayenza into ebonisa inkathalo.
Yes, no, we're in agreement. If rank doesn't come to it, then even a constable would do it. That's what I was emphasizing. Okay, that's your answer. You and I have agreed, and so did General Annandale, that the police force or police service as such is a hierarchical organization. Rank and what one might call the pecking order is something quite important.
Yes.
Correct?
Uthi uGeneral Annandale wayibeka apha ukuba apha epoliseni ke kuhlonishana ngezikhundla ukuphakama kwazo.
Yes, it is true. There's a place for a rank, there's a place for a role.
Yes.
Kukho kohlukile apho kufanele kusetshenzwe khona nalapho kufanele kuhlonishwe khona isikhundla somuntu asiphethe.
And those two things are always harmonized but respected in their individuality.
Zisebenza kunye ezi zinto kodwa zisebenza ke ngendlela efanele ngokubambisana kwazo.
If you go to Triple G 40. Triple G 40. 40, sorry. 40, yes.
Are you referring to this photograph?
That's correct, Chair.
Triple G40 of the jock. There are two copies of it. I see it's two photographs stapled together. The first is the scene of that corner of the jock, as it were, and the second is an enlargement indicating the document that's pinned up on the wall.
Okay, Chairperson, mine is one page, so it's the second one then. It's the one with the whiteboard on the wall. Yes, thank you. Yes. Are you there, General?
I am having something marked Triple G 40.
40, yes. Now, if you look at the names that are listed on the whiteboard, as it were, you'll see that once again what I would call the pecking order is listed there, and Major General Annandale is on top of the food chain, as it were, followed by another Major General, and then there's a Brigadier, and then there's a Colonel, as it should, and then I'm just dealing with the first set. Wouldn't that indicate that Major General Annandale was regarded as the head honcho?
Unti xa sijonga lo mfanekiso uGG40 apha kubhalwe khona i-job control umuntu ophaya phezulu nguGeneral Annandale ayikhombisa lento kokuba uye wayemkhulu apho.
And sorry, before you answer, you'll see that Major General Mpembe is right at the bottom of the list.
Xa ujongile ke phaya ekugqibeleni kule list uMajor General Mpembe igama lakhe livela apho.
I see that.
Yeah, do you agree with me that it indicates what I say it indicates, or don't you agree?
I wouldn't necessarily agree, because I think the person who wrote this can tell you, if I look at that, there's Mpembe C1, somebody C2 at the top, C6 at the bottom. So how do you explain that? To say...
Okay. No, those are just the call names. C1 and C2 are Charlie 1, Charlie 2, P1 is Papa 1. So you can ignore that stuff.
Uthi umuntu obhalela into ugeneral uyena ozokwazi ukuyichaza ngoba khona ezinye izizwe apha ekubhalwe khona o-C1 o-C2 no-P1 njalo njalo.
I can just tell you that I'm the wrong person to judge this thing. I won't be able to help you on it.
Ayike xa ubuza mina ukuba ndiphendule apha ndingumuntu ongafanelanga umuntu wrong ukuba ndingaphendula lento.
Can you also go to Exhibit EE? Are you there?
Yes. Is it Exhibit EE 1611?
Yes, 1611.
I see the copy.
Yes. You see there as well, under attendance, once again, the pecking order is written down there. First is Lieutenant General Mbombo, then it's Major General Annandale, and only thereafter is Major General Mpembe.
Uyayibona njengoba ubhaliwe phezulu ubhale Lieutenant General Mbombo bese kuza uMajor General Annandale kulandele uMajor General Mpembe njalo njalo.
Yeah, I see there's a Lieutenant General and two Major Generals following.
Ewe ndiyabona kukho i-Lieutenant General bese kulandela i-Major General ezimbini.
No, it's not, I don't think it's, you know what I'm asking you.
And four brigadiers.
Yes.
The brigadier ezine.
No, I'm afraid, General, I'm sure you know what I'm asking you. of course, there's a lieutenant general and 2 major generals. But of the 2 major generals, do you see that the first one was mentioned, and I'm saying in the order of importance in terms of the hierarchy is... No, you can answer, you can disagree with me, but I have to put to you what I'm going to...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mpofu, where do you get it from that they're in order of importance, the pecking order? There's been no evidence to that effect. You may be right. On the other hand, the order in which the names appear may be simply been taken from an attendance list that they signed that was passed around the table. I don't know. I don't think you can put... I think you can put as a fact that this was a pecking order or a list in order of importance. You can refer to the document, you can refer to the order in which the names appear in the document, you can draw attention to the fact that Annandale was in fact Mpembe's junior as a Major General because he'd only become a Major General a short time before. You can mention all those facts, but I don't think you can put that the attendance list is necessarily in the pecking order or order of importance. But
well, it might not necessarily be.
Well, you did put it as if it was. So I suggest you reformulate your question to meet that point and then proceed.
Okay.
Athi awubeke ngokucacile umbuzo wakhe okokuba uyithatha leyo nto ayitshoyo ngoba ezi majors i-general ngabantu abasezikhundleni ezilinganayo mhlawumbe le nto ithethwe kwi-attendance register njengoba yayibhalwe ngolu hlobo.
If you look at that list, you'll see, I think you had already started to answer the question, that at the top is the Lieutenant General, and then there's the Major Generals, then it's the Brigadiers, then it's the Colonel, and then rightfully it's the Advocate right at the bottom.
Lieutenant General Brigadier Major
Whom I think was a captain.
Brigadiers in Colonel Advocate.
That I see on the paper.
I see that on the papers.
Now, all I'm putting to you is that that list is in descending order.
Uthi uyayibona lento apha ephepheni uthi umthakazi uMpofu kuya ngokulandelana ke kwezikhundla.
If you say descending order, you are saying Lieutenant General, 2 Major Generals, 4 Brigadiers, and 1 Colonel.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo njengoba zibekiwe apha.
Ma'am, I'm putting a proposition to you which you may accept, disagree with, or say you don't know. Is that list in descending order or not?
I have responded to you to say, yes, it is in descending order. There's a Lieutenant General, 2 Major Generals, 4 Brigadiers, and 1 Colonel.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje ukuba ezikhundla njengoba zibeke apha zibekwe ngokulandelana kwazo. I-Lieutenant Colonel phezulu, i-Brigadier ezimbili, i-Major General ezimbili, i-Brigadier ezine, i-Colonel.
If we accept that the list is in descending order, let's now just deal with one of the categories you've mentioned. Would a person who knows that the list is in descending order be justified in assuming that the person who's in number 3 in a list that is in descending order is not as important in that context as the person who's number 2? I mean,
umuntu yaziko ukuba lento ibekwa ngoluphi uhlobo ubezawuthatha ukuba lo obekwe isithathu phaya akabalekanga gqitha njengalo obekwe isibini.
No, it's not. It's not. It will
Nobody
not be
would.
justified.
Obekungafanelanga bayenze ngolo hlobo.
All right. So that nobody looking at the list in descending order would have that notion that number 2 is higher than number 3. That's a strange notion.
Umuntu ejongile lento angeke acinge ba lo obekwe isibini kuye obaleke ugqitha lo wesithathu.
Particularly that number 2 and number 3 are the same people. Number 4, 5, 6, 7 are the same people. There is no ranking order. There is no importance. It's ranks. It's Lieutenant General, 2 Major Generals, 4 Brigadiers, 1 Colonel, and an Advocate.
Zibekwe ngoba zilandelana lezo. I-Lieutenant General phezulu, Major General ezimbini, Brigadier ezine, Colonel ne-Advocate ekugqibeleni.
Well, what we do know is that one of those Major Generals had only been a general for 12 days, and the other one had been a general for some time. So would that make any difference?
into esiyaziyo kokuba enye yegeneral ezi ubena na umene insuku ezingu-12 a major general kuzokwenza umahluko oko
It doesn't.
akwenza umahluko.
All right. Sorry, this is the last one. Were you aware of General Mpembe's subsequent arrest in connection with the issues in Marikana?
unolwazi lokuba emva kwexesha uye wabanjwa waboshwa uGeneral Mpembe ngezehlakalo zapha eMarikana?
Yes.
Ewe.
And were you aware that General Mpembe's I'm sorry, I'm moving now to the 16th. That General Mpembe's approach from the 15th and the 16th was that the union leaders should be given an opportunity to seek a peaceful solution. Were you aware of that part?
Uyayiqonda into yokuba uGeneral Mpembe yena ubeyibona ngoluphi uhlobo lento kusukela nge-15 nge-16 ubethi makunikwe inkokheli ze-unions okokuba kube zizo ezikwazi ukuthetha nabo bantu kuze siqo.
May I interpose an objection, Chair? If I understood the question correctly, it refers to the 16th of August. May I just mention that on the 16th of August...
Perhaps you must put your name on record with the
Oh,
transcribers.
I'm sorry.
Transcribe what happened. They won't recognize your voice because you haven't spoken much lately.
I'm sorry, Chair. Name is Tandon Zonkota on behalf of NUM. I just wanted to place an objection on record, Chair. On the 16th of August, the question was put to the National Commissioner whether she was aware that General Mpembe's approach on the 16th was to get the union leaders to be given an opportunity to bring about a resolution. We are not aware of that, Chair, and no such evidence was laid before the Commission.
Thank you.
Mtela Sonzongotha omele NUM uthi ke hayi kwenzeka ngemini eyodwa lento athetha ngayo abenganalo ulwazi ukuba yenzeka nangalenye imini.
Yes, no, my learned friend is correct. Actually, the question was confusing because I said to the witness, I'm moving to the 16th. But when I asked the question, this is how I put it, which I forget where I'm moving to.
Reformulate the question now in the light of your admission that the objection was well taken.
Yes. Well, it's the same question. I'm just removing the confusing part where I said I'm moving to the 16th. The question is, were you aware that between the 15th and the 16th, or from the 15th to the 16th, in that period, General Mpembe had favored an approach where the union leaders would seek a peaceful solution?
Ubonalo na ulwazi okokuba kwakungumbono kaGeneral Mpembe lo nge-15 kude kufike nge-16 okokuba makunikwe iinkokheli zama-union uxanduva lokuba kube ngabo abazisa isisombululo kulo yonke le mbambano.
I think my answer to what you are asking is that the question of peaceful solution has been a transversal aspiration since the beginning of this process. So if Mpembe had on the 15th mentioned that on the 13th, on the 11th, on the 10th, it would have been the aspiration of SABC that should be achieved.
Beku injongo ye SABC leyo isifiso se SABC okokuba kubekho isisombululo esinoxolo apha lonke lixesha kusuka xa umhlekazi uMpembe ayithethe nge-13 nge-14 noma nge-10 leyo nto leyo onke leyo xesha bekuyisifiso se-SABC.
Okay. I'm afraid then I'm going to have to trace it from the 13th without confusing. We'll come back to this. Were you aware that on the 13th, the point of difference within SABC, as you put it, that led to the death threats against Mpembe were the fact that he favored a solution whereby the protesters, 100 or 120 of them, would be escorted to the copy, and the other people who wanted to kill him favored an approach, or a different approach, let's put it that way.
Uthi yazi into yabangela okokuba kuza kubakho ezisirokiso ngomhla ka-13 ukuthi kwaba khona ukungavani ke kwemibono phakathi kukaMpembe kokuba athi makwenziwe ngenye indlela aba abanye bafuna yenziwe ngenye indlela lento.
I don't think there was the two different positions that are now articulated by Advocate Mpofu.
Uthi umhlekazi uSiminya ayikho loo nto kokuba kwabo khona imibono
Objection is taken that your question is factually incorrect. What do you say about that?
Well, the statement of Vermaak says this. Van die lede het saam met my teruggeloop en was baie ontsteld. I'm sorry, I'm reading from paragraph 5, Chairperson. En was baie ontsteld gewees.
Muthi amanye amalungu amapolisa abehamba naye babe ngayivuyelanga lento.
5 years towards the end, close to what we were discussing about the removal from the scene and so on. Just before that.
Oh, is this Van die lede het saam met my teruggeloop?
Van die lede, yes.
Yes. Van die lede het saam met my teruggeloop. Some of the members walked back with me. They were very upset and was baie ontsteld geweest. They were very upset and on my gemeld and mentioned to me that hulle Generaal Major Mpembe kwalijk neem that they are angry with us, but Major General Mpembe vir die lede wat dood is, for the members who are dead, en dat hy verkeerde opdragte gegee het and that he gave wrong orders. Dat aan my gesê dat Major Generaal Mpembe vandag nog saam met daardie lede op die grond gaan lê. They said to me, or they told me, that Major General Mpembe today would go and lie on the ground together with the members, want hulle gaan hom skiet because they're going to shoot him.
Yes.
Ek het dadelik besef dat dit 'n baie plofbare situasie is. I immediately realized it's a very explosive situation and het ek die provinsiale commissaris gebel and I phoned the provincial commissioner and I meegedeel and informed her van die bedreiging of the threat en haar meegedeel and informed her that ek hom van die toneel af gaan verwyder, that I would remove him. I was going to remove him from the scene.
Uyibeka ngolo hlobo ke umhlekazi uFarmak okokuba aba bahambe naye babe bangayivuyelanga lento bade bathi kuye uGeneral Mpembe kufanele alale phansi nalawo malungu abulewe phaya dushulane ngoba anikeze imiyalelo engafanelanga bemchola ngokuba nguyena oyimbangela yaba bantu uthi ke uthe xa iva lonto wabe sefonela uProvincial Commission emxela ngalento emxela uProvincial Commissioner okuba uzawuzama ukuba amsuse apho kwesehlakalo uMpembe.
Yes. Now, after that excellent translation by the chair, my question was simply whether or not you were aware that the point of difference within the members of SABC that are featured in this discussion we're having, which led to the death threats for them wanting to kill Mpembe, was that he had allegedly given the wrong instructions in relation to the incident of the 13th. Were you aware of this, firstly, before I ask?
Ubuza kokuba uyayazi nalento yokuba eyona mbangela yokuba kuze kuba khona ezi zigrogriso babetshola umhlekazi lo uMpembe ngokunika imiyalelo errong.
I have said I was not in operations. I read it in the statement. That's as far as my level of awareness goes.
Ndithe bendingekho apho ndiyifunde nje kwi-statement ulwazi lami ligqibela apho.
Well, that's fine. As the National Commissioner of Police, what is your attitude to death threats being made by junior officials to their superior in relation to what they regard as the wrong instruction when the act is very clear as to what should be done if a lawful instruction is given? And sorry, I know it's a long answer. It's a long question, but I read this to you in April, so it might justify my long answer, where it says that if you don't like the instruction, then you can demand it in writing and so on, but you must still carry it out.
Uyayikhumbula nje ndayifunda kokuba xa umuntu enikezwa umyalelo enikezwa sisikhulu esingaphezulu kwakhe xa engafuni ukwenza kufanele acele kokuba lo myalo ubhalwe phansi.
Let me deal with your question, which is very long.
Andize kulo mbuzo wakho omde.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, before you deal with the question, perhaps it would help if another passage were put to her so she can deal fully with the whole thing. In the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Marafi, which is Exhibit G 15, in paragraph 15, in paragraph 17, perhaps one should read from paragraph 16 first. The miners sat down while Major General Mpembe was talking to them. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's I think it's the 6th page, and it's paragraph 16. Have you got it? The miners sat down while Major General Mpembe was talking to them. They, however, were still very aggressive and demanded the mine management to come and talk to them. Major General Mpembe was the most senior officer at the scene and in command as the overall commander. I was the operational commander at that stage. In para 17...
Sorry, Chairperson, I just found it now. What paragraph?
16.
1/6, thank you.
I just read 16. 17. When I saw that the miners were not going to listen to Major General Mpembe and lay down their weapons, I spoke to the General and informed him that we should disarm the miners and stop them from continuing, seeing they were heading to the direction of the informal settlement and they were very aggressive. Major General Mpembe did not agree with me and other officers and said he doesn't want another Tatani incident, which means he didn't want us to confront the people. I informed Major General Mpembe that I do not agree with him. And then 18 says, when the miners saw we are not going to act against them and allow them to proceed, they stood up and continued with the march in the direction of the informal settlement. Major General Mpembe instructed us to follow the miners on foot, and he was also walking with them. Now that's the passage which more fully explains the difference of opinion to which you referred, and I think in fairness, the witness should be aware of that before she gives the answer.
Thank you. I'm indebted to the Chairperson.
Ebhalwe ngumhlekazi uMirafi okokuba kwenzeka kanjani phaya apha bebethetha nakhona naba baqhankqalazi behleli phansi bebonakala ukuba babili abantu abafuna ukumamela lento ithethwa ngumhlekazi uMpembe xa ethi babeke izixhobo zabo phansi kutheke ngolohlobo wasethi umhlekazi uMpembe ayikulungile mababakhaphe abantu bahambe nabo kuyiwe ekopini wangavumelana nalonto lumhlekazi bakho imbambano ke apho.
Yes, thank you, General. Because of the long passages, I'll repeat the question to you. I asked you if you are aware of the death threats. You said yes. Now, what I was busy asking you now was whether you are aware that those death threats related principally to a difference of opinion, which has now been described more fully than I did initially, regarding the approach to be taken in respect of the incident of the 13th.
Uvumelana nami ngokuba ezizigrogriso zokubulawa kwalendoda zabangela kokuba kukho impambano okuba bangavumelani ngento ethize kwakufanele indlela kwakufanele kusetshenzwe ngayo phaya.
I have noted both the issues that are raised in this statement of Fermak and the one from Merafe. But what carries the day for me is that the commander's word was carried.
Fundle zombili statement esesika Merafe nesesika Fermak. Into eyenzeka phaya kokuba ikomanda yiyo eyanikeza ilawula apho yanikeza umlayelo ukuba kwenziwe into.
All right. So I suppose then that's the answer to my original question, which was, what is your attitude as National Commissioner to this? That's all it is. It's simply that at the end of the day, the commander's wishes were carried.
Njengoba usitsho kubulishilo kokuba lo ophethe uyena inkomanda uyena umuntu kufanele amamelwe apho.
Yes, it
Am I
is true.
correct?
Ewe kunjani.
Now, with that background in mind, I was busy asking you about the events of the 15th and the 16th. And what I wanted to say, okay, I put it to General Alandale, and I'm going to canvass this with you in one or two questions. That I think I might as well assist.
The call sign, or whatever the word is, ringtone of a cell phone that must please be turned off. And everyone here who has a cell phone that's not turned off must turn it off immediately. It includes some people at whom I'm looking, because we don't want these disturbances anymore.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ake senze isicelo kwethu eligwitsho lisiliva phaya phezulu xa kuyinantsika i-call sign yefoni mawucime mantobe lebomvu nabanye ke benze njalo singaphazamisa izimfoni.
Thank you, Chairperson. We'll understand that to mean to be directed to those of us who are removable from these proceedings. Thank you. And what I want to put this in chunks. The logical conclusion, or rather, were you aware that the logical conclusion of what one might call the Mpembe strategy, which started with the visit by the union leaders to the Kopi, would have been the further pursuance of that strategy on the 16th, insofar as Matunja's return there at 9 o'clock was a continuation of the visits. Do you understand it in the same way?
It's very complex.
No, okay, let me do it like this. Mr.
Want to
Matunja,
say something, Mr. Semenya?
Well, I wanted to say, Chair, that one, I don't understand. Two, I note that tomorrow is day 100. Three, this witness was not there when the operation took place. Can we confine ourselves to matters about which her answers would illuminate the issues that we are about to in this commission?
What do you say about that, Mr. Mpo?
no, Chairperson, no, we can't. If we were to confine it to those matters, then Mr. Semenya should have done that when he was examining in chief. What I'm asking her is, her as the National Commissioner, she reports that the events were reported to her. Now, of course, one cannot assume from that every blow-by-blow event was reported to her. And I'm simply asking whether the events that we will argue were pivotal or decisive in the sequence of events were reported to her, so that I can either criticize her for not having acted on those, on what she knew, or if she didn't know, obviously I won't be entitled in argument to criticize her.
uyibeka ngolo hlobo Mhlekazi ukuba ndibuza le mbuzo lena ndifuna ukwazi okokuba ndiyazi okokuba xa kwakwenzeka izinto ezininzi phaya zonke kodwa izinto ezazibalulekile gqitha bayexelela ngazo ngoku ndifuna ukwazi uba bamxelela nangazo nokwenza ntoni ngezo zinto.
He wants to criticize her for not giving instructions at particular stages. He can't do it unless she knew about the events in respect to which he says she should have given instructions. So I don't think I can disallow the question, can I? But keep it short, Mr. Mpofu, please. Because, you know, today, as you heard, is the 99th day.
I know. I told Mr. Semenya that during the tea break.
Have
you been aware of it for longer than he was? No. Yes, all right, we'll bear that in mind and carry on.
I have, yes. Well, all I can say that 10% of those days are attributable to the 4 days and the 6 days of Mr. Ngalwan.
Mr. Mpofu, you're not busy. Just
ask a question. You raised it, then I must respond. Okay, next issue.
You have to respond to everything.
Thank you, Chairperson. We'll leave it. Sorry, I've even forgotten the question now. I was saying, due to these distractions, I was saying that Mr. Matunjwa, I'm sure to your knowledge, Mr. Matunjwa was due to return to the copy on the 16th at 9 o'clock as part of the continuation of the visits that had occurred on the 15th. That I'm sure you know, was reported to you, or you know it.
Uyayazi noma waxelananga into yokuba uMathunjwa nge16 ngo9 kwakufanele ukuba aphinde aye phaya emayini kusaqhubeka ke into ebekade yenzile kwinsuku eziphambili zokuthetha naba bantu.
What I know is that what I've been informed is that on the 16th in the morning there would be a convergence and a laying down of the arms.
Into endayiva mina kokuba kuyawuthi ngomhla ka16 kusasa kuhlangane apho kubekwe phansi izixhobo into endandiyixelele.
No, General, really, I think you're making it this more difficult. Yes, I accept that. But what was conveyed to you as well was that that convergence and the return of Mr. Matunjwa to the copy was, so to speak, a return visit emanating from his first visit on the 15th, after which he came back to report that he would go back on the 16th. There's a lot of controversy as to whether it was a promise or an undertaking and so on. I'm not there yet. I'm simply saying that it was a return visit on the 9th and a continuation of the one of the 15th. That you knew.
Into endiyibeka ukuba le ukuya kwakhe phaya nge16 njengoba kwakuhleliwe kwakuyinto yayichubeka kusuka ngaphambilini.
Chair, where are we going? I've spent a long time with Mr. Matunjwa on these incidents. We're going to spend days with the generals on these incidents and what happened and how it unfolded. I object to the relevance of whether that was conveyed to this witness and then what her view was of that. You're, with great respect to the general, not interested in her ex post facto view of what should have happened or didn't happen. So I've listened very quietly for me this whole morning. I don't know where we go on this. With great respect.
I can't answer the question Mr. Berg has asked me, but can you?
No, you've already answered it, Chair, so you can't answer it. This is exactly the same objection over which you've just given a ruling. It's the same thing that was raised by Semenya.
His question is, where are we going? Now, if you're simply asking about what she knew, what she thought about what she was told, it doesn't really help us. I've already ruled on that. But if you are going to suggest that she should have taken action immediately if she'd received certain information, then I suppose you can proceed. That would be the relevance, because you're going to, if you get the answers that you think you may get, you want to found an argument criticizing her for not giving instructions, as it were. Is that do I understand you correctly?
No, you do,
sir. Right. Okay. Well, let's ask the question. You ask the question, and let's see what answer we get. It may be the point will fall away, but it may not.
Ukuba xa iwayixele ngale nto ugeneral ubuza yintoni
Thank you,
ayenza yena
Chairperson.
ngoko nangoko.
Mr. I'm actually going to ask the question because I was just laying the basis.
Sorry, forgive me, can I ask you a question to make clear?
Yes.
You said you were told that arms were going to be laid down at about 9 o'clock on the Thursday morning. I think that's a loose summary of what you said. Were you told, did you know that Mr. Mutunjwa was scheduled to go back to the Kopi on the Thursday morning?
Ngoku ke wawunalo ulwazi lokuba umathunja uzawuphinda epha entabeni ngakusasa ngolesine.
The Thursday was when the
Thursday was the 16th. That's the day of the tragedy.
Those things I did not know. As I said in my statement, is that on the 15th I was informed that there seems to be progress in the negotiations, and that on the 16th in the morning at 9 o'clock that was going to take place. The nitty-gritties of how many times he has been to the Kopi, with who, those were part of the operations, and I'm sure those are...
What you're saying, more particularity than that was not given to you?
No.
Uthi ke ugeneral abazange bamchazisele kabanzi into ayiva nje kokuba kukho incubeka enzekayo phaya unesithembiso sokuba nge-15 kwakusasa kuyawubekwa phansi isixhobo yaphelela apho ke le nto abexeleleyo.
When on the 15th were you told about this?
Said already, I understood she told us that originally she said it was in the morning in chief, and later on she clarified to say that that evening she was at a workshop or seminar of some kind, and she was then told in the early evening about that. We've already got that evidence. You don't have to ask that again.
Sinabo obungqina ke abaxhathaza khona ugeneral kuba ngokuhla kwange-15 kwakukho inhlangano yayikhona apha bekuyo apho eva khona le ntetho axelela khona.
Okay, when
so you find the information in paragraph 21 of all the versions of her statement, triple F2 and 3, where she talks about an SAPS National Management Forum meeting in Midrand.
Well, that
she
information
told us
it's
in
not
chief.
there.
Sorry?
It's not there. I'm opening the. So I am. There's no information about what time it was, but I accept what you're saying.
No, but she then, in the course of her oral evidence,
which I accept,
gave the details as to the time. Originally said it was earlier in the morning, and then later said, no, it was, I think, as far as I remember, about 7 o'clock or something like that.
Yes, I accept that, Chairperson. What time did the Midrand meeting end?
I've also given that response, Advocate, that
I'll give it again.
there were two parts of that meeting. We had the NMF, which finished around 18 hours, and then 18 hours or much later, we had that special engagement.
Ndithe kwaba khona inhlangano ezazimbili khona le yaphela ngo-1800 hours kwathi ixeshanyana emva koko kwasekuqala le yesibini.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the special engagement, as you call it. I take it from what the chair has clarified that this information about Matunja's quote-unquote undertaking was conveyed to you during the special engagement as opposed to the formal Midrand meeting, correct?
Le ntetho yokuba umathunja uveze le nto yokuba ngahle kubekwe phansi izixhobo yavela kule ntlanganiso yesibili hayi kule yokuqala.
I've indicated that the National Management Forum meeting had nothing to do with this matter.
Besentshilo kokuba le National Management Forum yayingaphathelene nale nto.
So the engagement around the Marikana issues was earlier on in the morning when I was given an informal briefing by the Provincial Commissioner, and later when we were going to negotiate additional support for her in the special engagement.
Leya kwakuthethwe zasemarikana apho ndaxelwa khona ngu-Provincial Commissioner yayikusasa ngalowo mini kwathi ke nasemva kwexesha yalokhu ivela.
Okay, now I'm even more confused. I think a simple yes will do.
Let me try to sort it out for you. So there were two discussions about Marikana, one in the morning and one later on after the management forum meeting was over. And that's when you got further information from the provincial commissioner. What time was that approximately?
Which one are you asking?
The second one.
Or the second?
The one after
It was
the-
after 6 o'clock.
After 6 o'clock.
Lento ke kwabakho inhlangano ekseni abakuthetha ngena ngekusasa.
I think that's the information you wanted, Mr. Mbovu.
Kwaze kwabakhona
And
le.
would you object to
yayisemva
strenuously
kwa
if I
6.
suggested we take the lunch adjournment now?
Ivele lonto yasemarikana emva
No,
kwa
Chairperson,
6
if I
kule
can,
meeting
if
emva kwa
you
6.
can give me just one, two, so that I just go to the next topic.
You're going on to the next topic, so you can do that after lunch.
Yes, I can do that after lunch, if you allow me one or two questions.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. What we're going to argue, and I'm not going to take you through it question by question. All I want to know is what your awareness thereof was. Is that on the 16th, this, what I've described as the continuation of the Mpembe strategy, including the visits by Matunjwa to the workers and the desired cooperation of Lonmin in that endeavor, that there is sufficient evidence to indicate that that strategy was abandoned or ignored, in the sense that people are not even interested to hear what Matunjwa's report was from the copy after the first visit. And after the second one, once again, they did not even bother to see the effects or the results of his appeals. And they moved in with so-called stage 3 without giving any regard to Matunjwa's intervention.
Do you know anything about that? Did you know anything about that at the time, National Commissioner?
Buza ngokuba lento eyenzeka phaya kokuba kulahlwe indlela le uMpembe beyibona ngayo ngokuthi kungasalandelwa yonke lento ayitho ukuze kuthathwe isinyathelo esisesithathu. Buza ukuba ube nalo na ulwazi ngalonto, Commissioner?
I know nothing about what he's saying.
Andinalwazi gqithi, andinalwazi nyani ngalonto.
You're going to have to address those arguments to other witnesses, it sounds like to me, Mr. Mbovu.
Well,
If she didn't know about it, she
kwamanye
will
amanqina
help
le
us.
mbuzo kaMhlekazi uMpofu.
But you may be able to put these questions to other witnesses who were involved on the 16th.
no, Chairperson.
Iyawubuzwa kumanqina
Just-
bekho
yes.
apho nge-16.
Allow me one more question then I'll leave it.
Ivumela
I
umbuzo
can
wokugqibela
accept
ngoku.
that what you say to the chairperson is that you didn't know about those events, or rather about Matunjwa's interventions and so on at the time. Do you not know about them now as you're sitting there?
Uthi ubungenalwazi ke ngenzame zikaMathunjwa ngelo xesha. Umbuzo ukuthi kwangoku unalo ulwazi ukuba uMathunjwa wenza nzame ezini.
As much as I've read and heard.
Ngoba ndiyifundile ke nawo nokuyiva.
Okay, so you know now. Thank you, Chairperson. We can take the lunch break.
We'll take the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2 o'clock.
Sawungena ngo-2 ilunch mama wethu.
So far, it hasn't changed the situation. Okay. Oh.
Singamen Ginyauya Kala Commission. The commission is resuming.
Commission resumes. National Commissioner, are you still under oath? Mr. Mpofu, you still have some questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, General. Yes, we left at the point at which you agreed with me that you were now, as we're here, aware of the issue of Matunjwa going to the Kopi more than once, and what I'm not sure that you are aware is the fact that is the second part of my question, which was that the police proceeded with stage 3, irrespective or without giving any regard to the outcome of Matunjwa's second appeal to the strikers.
Mpofu, she said she wasn't aware of it at the time.
She's aware now.
I only read the statements. Once again, you're doing what I said you couldn't do. And you're going to ask her questions about what she thinks, whether in the circumstances the police acted without having regard to the result of any mission that Mr. Matunjwa was going to undertake. And I understand this is a point you want to make. I understand it's a point you can appropriately make to the relevant commanding officers who were there in the field at the time. But any answer you get from this witness would simply be her impression as to whether she agrees or disagrees with the proposition you're putting. And frankly, when I say this with great respect, I'm not interested in what her views are on the matter. We have to form our own views on that, on the validity or otherwise of your point based on the evidence.
No, Chair. Sorry, firstly, that summary is not correct. What I asked her, with the assistance of the Chair, was whether she was aware at the time. And she said no. Fair enough. Then before we went to lunch, I asked her, is she aware now? And she said she is. So I'm basing my question now on that answer.
What's the question going to be?
Well, if I can put the question, then I was just saying what she said before lunch.
I know. But what's the question going to be? Well, tell us let's hear the question.
Well, okay, I'll repeat it. You, before lunch, said you were aware of the Matunjwa visits. What was not clear, which I'd like you to clarify, is whether you were also aware that, or rather you are also aware now, that the police did not give that Matunjwa effort any opportunity, in that they acted instantly as soon as he had finished talking to the workers.
I don't know, Mr. Berger, that I can disallow that question. If his point that he's going to make is correct, that they weren't interested in what happened with Matunjwa, they were going to go ahead regardless. If that point's true, and if she was told that subsequently by one of the police that was correct, then she'd know it now. I won't say what I think her answer is likely to be, but let him ask the question. If the answer that we get takes the matter any further, then we can review it again. But I won't say what I think the answer is going to be. Carry on for the moment.
Please answer the question.
Councillor Mpofu into ba azochaza ke uCommissioner Jikelele into kuba amapolisa ayaqhubekeka nangena kwinqanaba lesithathu lesicwangciso engalendanga ke ukuba umhlekazi uMathunjwa aze ke ngokuneziphumo zendibano wayinayo kunye nabantu phaa entabeni.
I must say I'm confused, and I'm going to ask you to again just narrow down this for me and ask the question, and maybe I may be able to understand what you are asking me to do.
Ndifuna ukutoka ngoku ke ndisabhidekile ukuba ungazama uyibeka ngendlela okanye lo mbuzo ubeke ngendlela kwenzela umzokwazi ukuphendula kakuhle.
Yes. Before lunch, I put to you a broad proposition, which, with the intervention of the chair, I was forced to make it clear whether I was asking you about awareness then or now. You answered to the chair that you were not aware then, And then you answered to me that you are now aware of that proposition. Now, in fairness to you, that proposition contained a whole lot of things. So I can either assume that you accepted it in whole, which I would love to do, but in fairness to you, I'm now saying whether your awareness included or did not include the fact that the Matunjwa mission, so to speak, the second one, was so disregarded or not taken into account that the police acted almost as soon as he left without even bothering as to whether it had an effect or not on the strikers. If it didn't include that, then you'll clarify it. If it did, then I'll be happy.
Into afuna iqonda ngofutshane ke ngoku umhlekazi Mpofu into amapolisa na unolwazi naye na uCommissioner Jikelele into ba ayingena kwiphulo okanye nyathelo ke kweli labo bengakhange ke ngokubanike ingqalelo okanye ingqwalasela kulento wayeyele pha entabeni umhlekazi uMathunjwa ngexesha wayeyo kusibini.
I think I would like to respond to you by saying those issues that you're asking me about, whether there was a change, whether there was an interpretation, I'd like to leave them to the commanders that you're still going to question, and I'm sure they'll be able to answer those. I wouldn't be able to give you a supposed view.
Andinawukwazi ke kuwe lo mbalo ukunika umbono ofanelekileyo ndicinga bona abantu bafanelekileyo ngeza nkomanda ezazilapho ezawukwazi uthetha ngotshintsho nayo yonke into eyayisenzeka apho.
Okay, well, I'll argue that answer indicates that you don't want to answer a clear question. Let me maybe assist you. You see, this issue, General, is going to be...
Just for this point.
No.
Are you moving on to something else?
No, not this point. It's a related point, but not this one. No, I'm giving up on this one. This issue, its importance is as follows. Or let me do it by questions. Would you agree that one of the main reasons that you and maybe Mbobo okayed or gave sanction, acquiescence, whatever it is, to the movement towards stage 3 was the fact, as reported to you, that Matunjwa had broken an undertaking which he had made for the laying down of arms at 9 o'clock. That for you personally, and from the statements also from Bombo, was the sufficient trigger to say, well, let's now move to stage 3.
Ngoku ke lento yokubana nika imvume into ba kungenwe ke ngokunqanaba lesithathu lesicwangciso iyo ke ngoku into eyathi yaba sisathu esaneleyo le kokuthiwa ingenxa yokuba waphanza kwisithembiso sakhe yena umhlekazi uMathunjwa na yaba sisathu esaneleyo ezokwenza uba baye kwinyathelo lesithathu na.
I do not agree.
Andivumelani nawe.
Question had two limbs to it. The one was based on the proposition that you gave approval. It's also about General Mbombo, but you can't answer for her. You gave approval to the implementation of stage 3 because you believed that Mr. Matunjwa had not kept his promise to bring about a laying down of arms at 9 o'clock. I think that's my summary, but I think basically correct. Now, the first question is, did you at any stage give approval to the implementation of stage 3?
Buzo qala ndifuna uqonda ba wanika imvume na into bangaqhubekeka bangene kwinqanaba lesithathu sesicwangciso.
No.
Hayi.
Did you, or rather, let me put it this way. According to you and Lieutenant General Mbombo, she informed you that the undertaking, quote unquote, had not been honored, and therefore they would move to stage 3 of the plan at some stage, correct?
Injalo na into yokubana uLieutenant General Mbombo waxelela into yobana kuzawungenwa kwinqanaba lesithathu ngokuba isithembiso esasenziweyo sokuba uzobekwa phantsi isixhobo saye sophulwa na.
I'm lost. I think if you show me where I've said that, because then we can, in context, read exactly what you're saying, because I haven't seen it anywhere, what you're mentioning.
I'm sorry. Forget about reading. I'm asking you what happened. Did General Mbombo at some stage say to you that the Matunjwa undertaking had not been honored and therefore stage 3 of the plan is going to be implemented or not?
Into afuna uyazi umhlekazi uMpofu into kuba wake wathi na uGeneral Mbombo ku Commissioner Jikelele into ba lento ethenjisiwe ba iza kwenzeka sophulwa isithembiso ngoko ke thina siya kwinqanaba elesithathu lesicwangciso yenzeka lonto na.
This is why I'm saying to you, Advocate Mpofu, I'm not sure what you're referring to because not in my statement, not anywhere does that type of issue that you're mentioning appear, except for what I'm saying on what I stated on the 15th, and as well as where I am reporting that on the 16th, what happened on the 16th as it was reported to me.
Andiqinisekanga ke ngalo uyithethayo uba uyicaphula phi na ngoba iqulathwanga nakwentetho yami isicelo lephansi into endikhumbula ke ngokuyingxelo ke ukele yento bendithethe ke okanye into endifumeneyo yezenzo okanye sehlelo zange 16.
And also I have just answered that I had not given any direction as the judge had asked.
Njengoba benisenitshilo phofu ke into kuba njengoba benibuziwe nangomgwebi khange ndinike mvume kanye ndithi mawuqhutyelwe into ethile.
Well, okay. The evidence of Allendale, at least Annandale, General Annandale, is that in his presence, the provincial commissioner indicated that she had already communicated with the national commissioner, informing her of the current situation and that a deadlock was reached with negotiations, and also that phase 3 of the operational plan will be executed. Do you remember that being communicated to you?
Uthi ke bekhona yena uNjengele Anandeli ngelixesha kusithiwa ke ngoku apha ke ethetha ke uCommissioner wephondo into ba besexelile yena into kuba uxelele uCommissioner Jikelele into ba ke ngoku imizamo yonke yokwenza uthethathano iye yaphanza ngoke sebemchazela noba bazawungena kwinqanaba lesithathu lesicwangciso sayikhumbula lo ithethwa kuwe.
Yes, I do, and as you read it, it is not asking for permission. I am being told.
When ndiyakhumbula kodwa xa uyifunda kakuhle akho mvume icelwa kum yinto endayixelelwayo leyo.
Yes, no. What we're going to argue around that is that your mere silence when you were told this amount to an agreement. You could have said, no, have you made sure that this happens? Have you ensured that Matunjwa goes there for the second time, and so on? I'm not even there yet. All I'm asking you now, you are running ahead of me, is whether this was said to you as it is reflected in the minutes. If it was said yes or no, or you don't remember.
Into enditshoyo ngokufutshane ke into kuba ngenxa yokuba isayitsho ngqompikiswano ngokuthula kwakho lonto uyayibonisa into kubana when uyavumelana nayo lonto leyo.
I have answered that one. I've said yes.
Bendiseni kuphendule kodwa kule kwenye leyo ithethileyo ndathi ewe.
Okay. Now, the question is, did you understand from that report that one of the key reasons why stage 3 had to be implemented was the fact that Matunjwa had allegedly, or rather the so-called undertaking for the laying down of arms at 9 o'clock had not been honored?
Waxelelwa na wayiqonda ngokwengxelo enye yezizathu ukuba bangene kwinqanaba lesithathu into okubana isithembiso sakamathunjwa ukuba kuzobekiswa abantu phansi izixhobo sophulwa eso sithembiso na wayixelwa loo nto.
Yes, I did understand.
Wendayiqonda loo nto.
Thank you. Now, this is why I say this is crucial. What would you say if I tell you that that information on which such a momentous decision was made was incorrect? And I'll show you how. But for now, if it to be demonstrated that firstly there was no such undertaking, and two, the police ought to have known that there was no such undertaking.
Again, this raises a point that we've had out several times. What does it matter what this witness says about that? You're putting facts to her, something that happened beyond her sphere of knowledge at the time. You're saying to her, if you had known this, and this, which you may well be able to establish was correct, what do you say? Well, it doesn't matter what she says. We have to decide whether the provincial commissioner gave the instructions she gave based upon the misapprehension as to the true facts. That's one of the issues we have to decide. That's the point that you're dealing with her. You're not. Now, does it matter what this witness thinks about that? Well, and I say that with great respect. I understand she's the national commissioner, but at the end of the day, we've got to decide whether it was appropriate to act as the police did, whether it was appropriate to implement stage 3 at the time, whether it was the decision to do so was based on what we lawyers would call a misdirection or a misapprehension of the facts. And those are the points you're busy with, aren't they?
Yeah, oh, yes, no, that's true, Chairperson.
But does it matter what this witness says about the matter?
Yes.
What she thinks? Why?
Well, because, Chairperson, it matters a great deal to the victims of the massacre stroke tragedy.
Oh, well, I don't understand that.
Whether, if I can finish, whether this witness, like Mpembe, would say today here, had I known, when I was told and I made this momentous decision and fatal decision, or acquiesced in it, or whatever we're going to argue, had I known that in actual fact, this crucial thing of the undertaking being broken is non-existent. Firstly, there's no undertaking, and secondly, it has not been breached because Matunjo is still going up and down. Had I known those things, I would have certainly said, people, give peace a chance, and so on, and whatever would follow from that. That can be irrelevant, Chairperson, with the greatest respect. In as much as Mpembe says, if I had been told that sin 1 has happened, maybe sin 2 would not have happened. How can that be irrelevant to a victim who died in sin 2?
Can I have a go at putting the question to the witness myself? You understand the debate. What is said is that the provincial commissioner said that promises had been given, had been broken, that the arms would be laid down at 9 o'clock. That didn't happen. And because these commitments had been given and had been broken, she then instructed that stage 3 of the plan be implemented. What is being put is that she was misinformed. There wasn't an undertaking. There was no breach of the undertaking. And what Mr. Mpofu asks you to accept for the purposes of his question is that is so. And I must tell you there's some evidence which goes in that direction. And what he wants to know from you is that when she phoned you and said, as she did, because you say in your statement that you received a phone call from her who informed her of the decision to implement the dispersal operation of the plan, what Mr. Mpofu wants to know is that when she gave you that information, if you had known, if this is a fact, that she had decided to implement the dispersal operation of the plan, what is known as stage 3, because she wrongly believed that there'd been an undertaking and that there'd been a breach thereof, would you have said go ahead, or would you have said, hang on a second, are you sure you've got the facts right? Shouldn't you give peace a chance for a couple more days, a day or so? That's your question, Mr. Mpofu. Now, what's the answer?
Exactly, Chairperson.
Siyafuna uyiqonda ke ngoku yena umhlekazi uBhofu into yokuba le nto ke ngoku uCommissioner Jikelo wayixela nguCommissioner wephondo into yokuba into yesithembiso iye yaphanza ngoba sophulwa ukuba ubenolwazi ke ngaloo nto yena uCommissioner Jikelo wayenotsho nayo into yokuba khanimeni kancinci qala naku ke kujonga into yoba kunofunyana indlela yoxolo okanye amapolisi ixesha ke longezwe kakhona siyibone into yokubana abazophiwa thuba nayo into yoba bayisombulule le nto na. into efuna uqondwa leyo.
Judge, I would worry really about going into those suppositions because this is a contested fact. And General Mbombo is still coming to testify. She should be given the opportunity to talk about that. Matunjwa had been given the opportunity to talk about it. General Mbombo must be given the opportunity to talk about this fact. It is contested.
Uthi ke lento into engakwazi ukuba kungenwe abanye.
Sorry.
Exhibit EE is the case in point. What precipitated stage 3 is that a deadlock has been reached, not that there was an undertaking which was breached.
No, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, Mr. Semenya cannot change the evidence. I said to the witness I put exactly what is there, and I said, did that include the fact that the undertaking was broken? And the witness said yes, just now 5 minutes ago.
What Exhibit EE says on page 3 of it is the Provincial Commissioner indicated that she had already communicated with the National Commissioner, informing her of the current situation and that a deadlock was reached with negotiation, and also that phase 3 of the operational plan will be executed. And then she goes on. Now, the question is what covered by informing her of the current situation. So I put it on the basis which I understood Mr. Mpofu said was his basis, that he asks the witness to assume, and there will be argument in support of the assumption, but not necessarily decided now, but to assume that by talking about being informed of the current situation, included being informed that there'd been an undertaking that was breached. Obviously, he's not asking her to accept that that's so, but he's asking her a hypothetical question, which I think in the circumstances is permissible. What would her reaction have been if that was the case?
Yeah. No, Chair, I'm sorry to cut you. It's more than that.
I'm trying to help you, Mr. Wood.
Yes, no. Then I'd rather you help me with the correct information, Chair. It's more than that, Chair. I appreciate the assistance. I didn't make a hypothetical assumption. I said, and the record can be played now to the witness, did that include the fact that Matunjwa's undertaking was broken? And the witness said yes. So it's even higher than what the Chair is putting, where I would have said, please assume.
Chair, maybe let us use the water in the bucket. I'll drop my objection.
Sparing with the water in the bucket, Mr. Mpofu, but
yeah, well,
carry on as shortly as you can on this point. This is effectively the culminating question of this topic, isn't it?
It is. It is, Chair. Yeah. Okay. I'll once again, in fairness to you, because of the exchange, and I don't want to spoil the way the Chair had put the question more appropriately, but the nub of the question was simply that: had you known at the time, or rather, well, first let me start by this. This is not a contested thing as such. General Annandale, I put this question directly to him, and he said there was no promise or undertaking. So you can accept that that's what General Annandale said. He was there, he's one of the commanders, and so on and so on. Now, I'm saying, had you known that what General Annandale was saying, which was that there was no such undertaking, and therefore it could not have been breached, and therefore it could not be the basis for going to stage 3, would you have still sanctioned, by silence at least, the movement to stage 3?
Ukuba ngela xesha ke wawuxelelwa lento wawuxelelwa wawazile xa kuthiwa kuyiwa ke ukunqanaba lesithathu wawuzwa uvele nje uthi cwaka na.
Chair, I don't want Mr. Mpofu and I to have a debate that there was something called a sanction by silence. If that's what is the proposition, can we have that cleared first?
I said I would argue it. I don't want to debate it with the witness.
Issue in this case as to whether there was a promise or undertaking or commitment There's also been a suggestion from some of the evidence that was at least part of the basis for deciding to proceed with in the afternoon. He doesn't want to have to argue whether those arguments are correct. There's enough material on the table to justify an argument, rightly or wrongly, at the end of the hearing. What he's saying to the witness is very simple. If you had known, if you had known that part of the reasoning for going ahead with the plan was the belief that there'd been a breach of an undertaking, and you had known that was incorrect, would you have said to the Provincial Commissioner, hold your horses, let's not go ahead now, let's wait for a day or so? That's the question. And she can answer that question very simply. Let's hear what she has to say.
Chair, rolled in the question though, rolled in Mr. Mpofu's question though, was the assertion that she, the National Commissioner of Police, had sanctioned stage 3 by her silence.
Okay, we can leave that out, Chair.
I rephrased the question to eliminate that. You're quite right. He did say that, and I rephrased the question to eliminate that. So perhaps you can answer my question. Have you followed the debate between Mr. Semenya and me? You understand the question that's currently up for answering. Can you give us your answer, please? It's not suggested that you sanctioned anything. That's not the question. It's not suggested you gave tacit approval, as I understand it. The simple question is, if you had known that there hadn't been an undertaking, there hadn't been a breach, and if it's correct that part of the reasoning for going ahead with the implementation of the plan was because it was believed there had been an undertaking and a breach, would you have said to the Provincial Commissioner, hold your horses, your factual basis may not be entirely correct, let's wait a day, let's negotiate a bit further and see? That's your question, right?
Mbuzo ke ukuyaphindwa kwakhona lokubana ke ngokuba lento wayixelelwa ke ngoku uCommissioner Jikelele ayingiyo nyani esazi ba yiyo nyani leyo kuba ke ngoku linkolelo babenayo amapolisa amanye into kuba isithembiso esisophuliwe wayenothi nakuba into ba khanike nibe kancinci sike sibanike ithuba ba kuqhubekeke lento leyo thethothano na.
The question was put to you before. You said quite understandably, well, General Mbombo must come, she must talk about that. Of course, you're quite right, because these matters will obviously be explored with her. But the question is, what would you have done if the points that are put to you were correct? Would you have done nothing, or would you have said, hold your horses, or wait for a bit? What would you have done? How would you have handled that situation if that had been the situation that presented itself to you on that Thursday afternoon?
Into ofuna uqonda ukuba ke ngokwento wayixelwa yona ke ngokuwafumanisa uba naye unjengele ayiyo nyani lonto wayenosebenza njani ke wayenovela nje athi xa kangenzi into okanye wayenothi kubo mabalinde ngolalusine wayezothi makwenzeke ntoni?
Judge, I think particularly for that if factor, I would like not to answer this question.
Uthi ke ngenxa eba kuthiwa ukuba njengoba kubuza umbuzo ke ngenxa yeso sathu eso nje uba usetyenziswe ukuba ndicela uba ndingawuphendula lo mbuzo lo.
Entitled to decline to answer a hypothetical question.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Chairperson. We'll deal with it in argument. Now, we've already established that the so-called current situation included the breaking of the Matunjwa undertaking. The minute, and we'll deal with this in another context, but for now I'm asking you, the minute then says, she being General Mbombo, she also indicated that the National Commissioner indicated that she will inform the Minister of Police on the current situation and actions that will be taken. Now, what I want to ask you is, if and when you informed the Minister, did that include the breaking of the Matunjwa undertaking?
Kuthiwa waqhubekeka wathi ke na uCommissioner wephondo into yokuba uye waxelela ke ngoku uCommissioner Jikelele owathi yena uyawugqithisa lo myalezo nakumphathiswa amxelela nangenyathelo zawuthatha loo nto yayiquka na ukophulwa kwesithembiso esi kwakuthiwa senziwe.
I'm on record in this commission giving testimony that those type of issues are not minister issues.
Ndichilo kubungqina bam kwaye bukhona kwirekhodi zale commission dobana le imiba leyo ayimiba yomphathiswa.
Sorry, you spoke softly. I didn't hear.
I have said,
The last part?
I'm on record, and I'm saying it now, that those type of issues that which gun do you use, who shifts where, what happens, are not minister issues. Even if I had known, I would never have taken those to the minister.
Lo miba ke ayimiba ifuna umphathiswa into eziquka kanye sifana nemipu nentoni na noba bendiyazi into enjalo ndangasoze ke ndimxele into lolo hlobo.
Yes, but General, that is exactly what we are exploring. I readily accept that. You would be told a whole lot of things, and then you would filter, as it were, those things into minister issues before you convey them to the minister and leave the chaff out. But that's exactly the question I'm putting to you. I'm saying when you, according to this minute, indicated you informed the minister on the current situation, this issue about the Matunjwa undertaking, was it part of the issues you conveyed or part of the chaff that you left out?
Mr. Mpofu, I think you're being a little bit unfair, if I may say so, the way the question is being framed. You're quoting from Exhibit EE, which is the minutes of the special JOCO meeting at 1:30 on the 16th, where what the provincial commissioner is alleged to have said is reported. This witness, you will recall, as far as I can remember her evidence, denies that she said that to the provincial commissioner, and denies that she telephoned the minister, informing him on the current situation and the actions to be taken. Now, you're putting the question on the basis that that's exactly what she said.
Yeah,
she
that's
would do
why I
with
said
that.
if and when. Then she could have just said what you're saying.
All right, well, rephrase the question, but bear in mind the point I put to you.
Well, Chairperson, the witness obviously now knows where I'm going. But the reason why I said to you, if and when you conveyed this to the minister, was exactly to cover the point, but let's leave it, it's lost now. The only issue I want to put now is this. You and the minister, or rather you conveyed something to the minister. You said regularly about the Marikana situation and so on and so on. Your evidence is very clear on that. I'm saying on this occasion, after you were, if or when you were told that you said you would inform the minister on the current situation, did that current situation include the fact that phase 3 would be, among other things, predicated on the Matunjwa undertaking, so-called?
Into endifuna uyiqonda kuwe ke into yokuba njengoba utshilo ngaphambili kwabakho amaxesha wawuke uthi uchazele umphathiswa ngento ezasenzeka phaa eMarikana. Kwixesha ke kweli xesha wamxela ngento eza kwenzeka ke ngoku njengoba kuzongena unqanaba lesithathu loo nto yaquka nokumxelela isithembiso esenziwa ngumhlekazi uMathunjwa na into endifuna uyiqonda leyo.
Even if that was the position, I've answered you, Advocate, to say those are not the type of conversations I have with the minister.
Nokuba binjalo ke ndixelele into yokuba ayizinto endithi ndizincokole kunye nomphathiswa ezo.
Okay. If you discussed the so-called current situation with the minister, then what did you discuss? As I say, I accept that you would have left out some of the unimportant things, but you must have said something. What was the current situation that you discussed with him?
Chaza kanye uthetha ngemeko eyayilapho phaa kumphathiswa apho buthe enye imfitshifitshi yonke buyeka ezinto ke ngoku bezimeko bilapho buthetha ngazo zintoni ezo.
I will go back to some of the responses that I've given. I've indicated that issues around our deployment, how many people we have here, are we progressing well, how many people are dead, those are the type of things I would report. But how operations are taking place, that's not the minister's call.
Ndithe ke ngoku kwanye impendulo zam ke ngoku into bendinothi ndithetha nayo into yokuba ke ngoku inani labantu abathunyelwa apho inkqubekela phambili nokuba bangapha abantu ke ngoku abathe basweleyo kodwa ezi zona zephulo okanye into ezingamapolisa ayizinto endithi ndizithethe kunye nomphathiswa ezo.
Well, would it have been obvious to you yourself, that the movement to stage 3, which may or may not include loss of life, would, among other things, have political implications?
Ke ngoku uvumelana nami ke ngokuba lento yokungena kwinqanaba lesithathu lesicwangciso ibinokuba nechaphazo okanye kubekho into yokwenza kunye nento zepolitiko ekugqibeleni.
It is not clear to me, and I'm sure maybe you can enlighten me on that.
Loo nto ayicacanga kum uba ungazama ke nje ukuthi uphuhlise intetho kuloo nto leyo.
No, General, I don't want us to go backwards. You and I had agreed at the very beginning, on the 5th of April, that this matter that we are dealing with here has 3 dimensions: political, security, and socio-economic. So that's behind us. All I'm asking you now is whether I'm asking you on a specific thing now, not the so-called Marikana issue. Was it clear to you at the time, or even now, that the movement to stage 3, which possibly included loss of life, would have, among other implications, political implications? If it's not obvious to you, it's not obvious.
Into benifuna uyiqonda njengoba sasivumelene phambi ngomhla kwa-April enye yezinto ezathi banathethe uba le nto ibinento kwenzeka nento zepolitiko nokhuseleko kunye nike nomnotho. Into benifuna uqonda ingakumbi xa kuzobakho abantu abophuleka umphefumlo ba ekugqibeleni bekuzoveza iziphumo izinto zokuba inento kwenza nepolitiki le nto nayenzeka phayana na.
Let me deal with the 2 parts of the questions that you've given. You started on the 5th. You spoke about 3 dimensions. Those aren't my dimensions. When we started here, you told me about the dimensions, the game changers that you're going to be focusing on. I noted them. They're not mine. I didn't say yes or no to them, and I can't say that because they aren't mine. Those are your game changers.
Manthethe ngezinto zintathu ke ngizazisa ke ngoku utshintsho zazibandakanyeka phofu ke apho zizinto phofu endandizanga ndithi zazingaphumi kum kodwa zaza nawe ezo zinto ezo zange ke mna ndithi ndivumela nawe kuzo zontathu ezo zinto ezo kodwa ezi kuthiwa zayenza utshintsho apho.
The second part is you talk about political ramifications for stage 3. If the understanding for stage 3 is that you must encircle, disarm and disperse, I don't see why those things would have political ramifications because it's pure police operations.
Xa uzothetha ngalena into yokwenza nezepolitiki ukuba ke ngoku sithetha ke into yokuba urhanqa abantu ukubabekisa phantsi isixhobo nokuba bamba loo nto ayinento kwenza nepolitiki imisebenzi wamapolisa lowo.
Well, then if nothing had political implications in all this, what is it that you discuss with the minister in these regular interactions with him?
Ke ngoku xa loo nto ingenento kwenza nezepolitiki zintoni ezinye elixesha busithi rhoqo xa unedliwanondlebe nomphathiswa uthethe ngazo naye.
And advocate, this is why I said to you, when you start introducing this politics, I said, clarify me, educate me what you mean by politics.
Yiloo nto ndakuxelele kwasekuqaleni into yoba xa uthetha ngento ke
So that I can answer you.
undichazele ubuthetha ngantoni na xa usitsho kwenzela uba nikwazi ukuphendula.
No, ma'am. You said to Mr. Madlanga, among other things, that the minister, in respect of this matter, would from time to time give you political direction. Your words, not mine. All I'm saying is that if, as you are now currently suggesting, nothing in this operation had political implications, then what is it that you were discussing regularly with the minister?
Umbuzo wami ke bendisabuyela kuyo into yokuba njengosithi buke akunika izoluleko kwakubuya akucebise ngokwezepolitiki nomphathiswa ke ngokuba ubone ndibano okanye idliwanondlebe naye rhoqo umphathiswa zintoni kanye ezibe nithi nizixoxe xa unodliwano-ndlebe kunye naye.
Exactly my point to say, if you explain your political to me, you'd understand. I'm talking about political that is sitting in this constitution. Section 206 talks about political responsibility, and it clearly outlines the issues that I deal with the minister on in terms of political responsibility. If there's any other political outside this, then maybe that's what I would like to understand.
Ndithetha ngezopolitiki ngoba kaloku naloo nto iqulathu nalapha kumgaqo-seko kwisection le u-206 ithetha ngoxanduva enwalo kwaye zichaziwe ke ngoku ngento ke ngoku zepolitiki. Uba ikhona enye ngenye ngaphandle kwezi ziqulathu apha uyawuthi undichazele bazeziphi ezo.
No, ma'am. Let's forget about my political. Let's talk about your political.
It is here.
When you said to Mr. Matlanga that from time to time the minister would give you political direction in relation to this matter, the Marikana matter, what were you referring to?
Into endifuna uyiqonda ke yokuba
No.
Sorry. Did she, was the answer political direction or political support? Because when I look at the transcript, I can't quite find that. Can you refer me to that? The direction, because I've got political support in the transcript.
Okay, well, I can't find the reference immediately, so let's call it political support. But I know for sure, I just can't find it right now. I'll find it after the break that you referred to. I'll go to the passage. But political whatever. When you discussed when the minister gave you political support, direction, what have you, what is it that you are discussing with him?
Ngexesha ke uthi ke yena umphathiswa bekunika inkxaso yezepolitiko kanye mhlawumbi ekubonisa indlela ke intoni kanye lebuthetha ngayo njengoba buthetha ngaloo nto leyo.
I think, Advocate, you'd recall that a lot of discussion went around his policy making, us being consumers of policy, his role is in cabinet, his role in parliament, because I don't have those roles. So it is his responsibility to report of matters of national significance to those platforms. And I am on record having mentioned and articulated some of those issues. It's nothing outside what is sitting in 206, which talks about what we're responsible for. And I think unless there is any other thing untoward, I don't know. And the political support, political responsibility, political whatever that you're talking about, talks to those type of roles that are not my remit, that are his remit.
Londo ka umsebenzi wakhe njengoba benisithi bona benza ipolicy thina sithi sisebenze ke ezo politiezo ngoba nguye kaloku ohlala phaya eParliament badibene kunye nayo necabinet kwaye asixelele okanye asichaze bakwenzeka ntoni lonto yonke iqulathu apha ku-206 womgaqo-seko yilo nisithi ke ngoku ayikho enye engenye mhlawumbi ongathi uyazi wena inkxaso endifumanayo yezepolitiki.
Chairperson, if you can just bear with me for a few seconds. All right, I'll find it after tea. All right. So you thank you. No. You're not prepared to tell the Commission what the political issues you discussed with the Minister on those regular interactions?
Awuzimiselanga nawo kuxelela ke kule commission into kuba le miba yezopolitiko buthi benodliwano-ndlebe ngaye naye rhoqo ngeyiphi lo miba leyo na.
I think, Advocate, you're not fair with me because I've just answered you. Long. I've been answering you over and over again in the past 5 minutes and so on. So I don't know when you say I'm not prepared to answer the Commission. What are we referring to?
andiqondi ke ngoku xa usithi andizimiselanga uphendula kule commission ndicinga uba undlela indlala ngoba kudala ndikuphendula lo mbuzo ndicinga uba nakwimizuzu emihlanu umbuzo omnye ndikuphendula.
Did you plan with the minister, among other things, the day-to-day operations of SABC in respect to this operation?
Xa sithetha ke ngoku ngoluphulo kanye into yayisenzeka phaa yayinguwe nomphathiswa naniceba into yokuba ntsuku zonke kuza kwenzeka ntoni na apho?
No.
Hayi.
Okay. To your knowledge, does the minister have any role in the day-to-day operations of SABC, and have you ever discussed those with him? I'm sorry, with specific reference to the Marikana incident.
Xa sithetha ke ngale ngesiganeko esisaphayana eMarikana ikhona indima awayidlala ke yena umphathiswa nezinto kwizinto ezazisenziwa phofu ngamapolisa?
Not to my knowledge.
Andinalwazi ke ngento elolo hlobo.
Well, would you be surprised that, and I don't know, I'm sure you have this, the statement of the minister which was distributed to us this morning, which I suppose we should give an exhibit.
You want to make it an exhibit, Mr. Mpo?
Exhibit.
It will be triple F. Ms. Pillay, who's always comes to our aid, I think it's triple F29. Am I right?
That's great, Chair.
29, yes. The minister says, after outlining involvements that he had with various people, including you, says, I point out that the above makes it plain that I'm responsible for the policing function, and the National Commissioner, together with the provincial commissioners, the day-to-day operations of SABC constituting the control and management aspects of this function. Then he says, my conduct throughout the Marikana incident was underpinned by the above principles of constitutional segregation of the role of the minister from that of the National Commissioner as set out above, which is in conformity with what the separation that we know is from the Constitution. Now, I'm asking you, assuming in your favor that the day-to-day operations, even though this thing says you, even though this minute says that you discuss with the minister the current situations and actions that will be taken, I'm for now not going to use that against you. All I want at this stage is, assuming that separation is as described by you and him, then what is it that you discussed with him under the political direction, political support, whatever heading, which after the filtering remains as a subject of your discussions?
Njengoba kubhaliwe ke ngoku apha kule ndawo achaphule kuyo umhlekazi Mpofu ngoku ufuna ukwazi ba ngeyiphi le nkxaso kanye izingcebiso wayezifumana uCommissioner Jikelele ezazivela phaa kumphathiswa ingakumbi walomba yento yayigquba kanye isenzeka phaa eMarikana.
I think I've answered you a few minutes ago. I've answered during the time when I answered.
Ndicimba ndikuphendulile ke kumizuzu embalwa
Advocate
nangela xesha ke ndaphendula ngalo uadvocate Madlanga.
Maybe my answers are not acceptable to you.
Mhlawumbi ke awufuna ukwamkela impendulo zam.
Okay, I'll ask it differently.
Zawubuza ke ngenye indlela lo mbuzo.
It's common cause that Mr. Zokwana telephoned the minister and, among others, asked him to make sure that there is, quote, unquote, adequate deployment of police numbers in Marikana, is that a political or an operational issue?
Ke ngoku uye watsho yena ukuba umhlekazi Zokwana waye watsalela umphathiswa umnxeba wamcala into yokuba aqinisekise into yokuba ilinani elaneleyo lamapolisa liyathunyelwa phaa iMarikana. Ngoku xa umbuzo ndibuza into yokuba loo nto into yepolitiki nakanye nento yokwenza nomsebenzi owenziwa ngamapolisa.
I don't know, because really, sincerely, I learned about this when I was asked and I was given emails here. I don't think this constitutes any of our operations, a conversation between the minister and so on. I really can't talk to that.
Ndiba bendingazi kwaye ndiqala ukwazi ngezinto ezina ngezi email ngexesha ndandilapho. Ngoku andinawukwazi ukuba ingxoxo ngaphakathi kwababini yimiba ebhekisele kwinto ze-operation imisebenzi yamapolisa okanye yintoni andazi.
And I'm saying that because really Zokwana is not part of SABC.
Ndithetha laa nto kaloku ngokuba kaloku yena uZokwana naye lo ayililungu le-SABC.
Okay. Once again, let's just deal with this systematically. Go to paragraph 15 of the minister's statement.
Masike siye ke kule paragraph u15 ke kulintetho eshiqulule phansi yomphathiswa.
He says, I am advised that Mr. Senzeni Zokwana, the president of the NUM, testified before this honorable commission that 15.1, on 12 August 2012, he had a telephonic conversation with me concerning the Marikana incident. Point 2, during the said conversation, he requested that adequate SABC members be deployed at Marikana to avoid a further loss of life. And then number 16, he says, I also had a telephonic conversation with Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa regarding his concerns about Marikana. 17, I informed both Mr. Zokwana and Mr. Ramaphosa in response that I would convey their requests and concerns to the National Commissioner and ensure that SABC was dealing with the matter. I also informed that I would ensure that SABC attends to this matter. Now that you have pointed you out to those passages which show that the requests were made about the deployment and that not only were they made, but they were conveyed to you by the minister, do you still say that this is not a matter that concerns you?
I think you stopped reading the end of paragraph 17. So, in fairness to the witness, you've got to read up to the end of 20, 18 to 20, right?
Well, I will, Chair, but can I just ask the question about the part that I've read, if you don't mind?
Put to the witness something.
Well, I was putting a narrow proposition about Zokwana.
By what you'd read, but is covered by 18.
Well, okay. Well, I was narrowly putting the issue about Zokwana, but if we want to expand it to the other issues, that's fine. Let's... 18 says, having been alerted to the situation in Marikana as indicated above, I discussed the issue with the National... I've read that already. 19, during my engagement with the National Commissioner, I sought to validate and confirm the reports that I had received and to establish whether SABC had matters under control in this regard. 20, the National Commissioner confirmed the reports I have received and was given assurances that SABC was not only capable of handling Marikana, but had in fact was already dealing with the matter so as to ensure the maintenance of law and order. You'll tell me when to stop, Chair. I regularly receive complaints and requests from members of society regarding policing matters. In such situations, I take this up with the National Commissioner in order to ensure that these matters are attended to. My approach is based on the constitutional segregation of the roles of the Minister from that of the National Commissioner referred to above. Signed, E.N. Tetwa.
Wakufutshane ke ukusanda ukufundwa ke into yokuba wathi yena kuthiwa ngaye phofu waba nendibano ndlebe kunye nomhlekazi uzokwana kwaye waphinda wancokana nomhlekazi uSilo Ramaphosa uthi ke ngoku uthi nezinyulo into bana ke ngoku waye wangqinisisa ke ezo zingxelo uCommissioner Jikelele wayezifumana ukuba amapolisa apho aseMarikana ayikwazi ukubasebenza ngento kwaye ayiqhubekeka ngokusebenza ngemeko ke ngoku yalapha uthi naxa abantu bezisa izikhalazo kuye uyazigqithisele ke kuCommissioner Jikelele ezo zinto ezo.
So what flows from what I've read, just going back initially to what we were discussing, is that according to the minister, he conveyed both Mr. Zokwana and Mr. Ramaphosa's requests and consents to you.
Nje kunto bedibuyele kulamba besawuthetha ngawo ke ngoku into ethetha ngomphathiswa apha into yokuba zonke izinto wazithetha kunye nomhlekazi uZokwana kwakunye nomhlekazi uSilo Ramaphosa wathi wazixelela wena inqalabo okanye izicelo ababenazo abazenzayo.
Do you remember that conversation?
Usakhumbula ke nithetha ngento lolo hlobo?
No, I've never had that conversation of Zokwana and Ramaphosa with the minister.
Hayi zange ke ndithethe nomphathiswa ngomhlekazi ke ngokuZokwana kwakunye nomhlekazi uRamaphosa.
Okay, I'm prepared to. The minister will speak for himself, obviously. So I'm prepared, from what you're saying, to accept at face value that he might not have mentioned names. But be that as it may, do you remember the minister on the 15th? Okay, we don't know the date of the Zokwana one, so leave the date out. Do you remember the minister conveying to you, as he says, that he had received requests and consent from unnamed sources regarding the matter and conveying those consents to you?
Usakhumbula kodwa ke njebesitsho apha into yokuba yena kukho into azixelwa ngabantu angafunanga ukuthi abachaze kodwa ethetha izinto zaziyinqalabo okanye zikhathaza abantu exelela wena ngezo zinto ezo.
Sorry, I'm sorry, ma'am. After which you, according to him, gave the minister assurances that the SABC was able to handle the matter.
Apho waqinisekisa umphathiswa into yokuba amapolisa ke azawukwazi ubasebenze ngaloo nto leyo.
I think the important thing you should take into account, which I've said in my statement, which I've said in this commission, was that I kept the minister abreast about developments of what was happening in Marikana. And in that exchange, his concern really was whether we are managing the situation, we have the necessary resources. And at no point did he ever discuss specific people. Our issue, our concern, was what was happening in Marikana. And as he says there, probably receives many inputs from various people. But there is no point where I had discussed any particular names with the minister. We were concerned about Marikana.
Into endayitsho into yoba ndandiqhubekeka kumxelela ke ngoku yena umphathiswa ngento ezazisenzeka phaa eMarikana kodwa into eyayimkhathaza ke kakhulu ayenothanda ukuba azi ngayo into yoba sinenani elanele okanye izixhobo zokusebenzanele nayo kodwa ke mna naye zange sike sithethe ngamagama abantu.
I think this is a convenient stage to take the tea adjournment, which we will now take.
Yes, Chairperson.
Sayophunga ke ngoku mawethu siyawuphinda sibuyele kwakhona xa sigqiba uphunga.
You need to go back to FF3. Remember when she recalled the statement? But how can the minister lie?
Can I take my exhibit?
Which one is it?
Mirafe.
I gave
Yeah, no, it's visuals. Set 2. Yes. Let me go down, let me see a suspect. Is this cut what he cut cloning? It's around 5-6 minutes. Sure.
Engagement with the National Commissioner sought to validate and confirm the reports that I have received.
There's no up sound, mate, just visuals. Okay, so I'm ready. Okay, stand by, so I'm rolling.
SABC. So you're going to put this on news. I like the black news better than the white news. Because the black news is putting everything. The white, I'm telling you, it's the truth. If you're going to...
establish whether subset matters under control in this regard. 20, the National Commissioner confirmed that complaints and requests from members of society regarding policing matters. In such situations, I take this up with the National Commissioner in order to ensure that these matters are attended to. Signed E.N. But from what you're saying, to accept at face value that he might not have mentioned names. But be that as it may, person concerned the matter and conveying those concerns to you.
Sama then I agree with the Marikana. Weekend is the whole Sunday.
Check it. Yeah, Marikana.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we just found a cell phone. If you know that you have lost one, can you please come and see me? But when you come to me, you must tell me about the model, the make of the phone, the model of the phone, and the looks, and then we will take it from there. Kukho iphone endiphethe apha kum. Ukuba ulahlekelwe iphone ke uzawuthi uzapha kum undixelele uba yintoni igama layo. Yeyanini lo phone leyo. Hona le phone ikreileng fa. Ha ile go ruitse go rutumeletswe ke cell phone o tlatla mo go nna. O tla mmolela gore ke phone mang di bile ke a leng na. It's even ringing. Yeah, ringa. Singamen ngenyawo iyaqala i-commission reka
Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, you're still cross-examining.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner, I've allowed myself to run ahead. The issues that we're discussing, we're going to discuss sufficiently, I promise you, when we deal with the third game changer, the political and all that. So I don't want to go that way. All I was asking you now is just one or two questions. Then we can put this to bed. And before I do so, I think in fairness to you, I need to refer to the areas in the record that deal with this issue of political direction, what have you. At page 6871 to 6873.
Thank you.
The issue, the word political direction, those words came from Mr. Mazanga, and they were not contested, but I just want to make it clear that they came from him primarily. He said, from what you say, you seem to be talking in general terms. Sorry, I'm calling now from, reading from page 6871, line 21. From what you say, you seem to be talking in general terms. The minister gives us support, the minister gives us political direction. Are you saying on this occasion, on the occasion of the killings at Marikana, the minister gave you specific political direction that related to the killings at Marikana, Or are you talking about political direction that it gives generally, and so on? He goes on. And then you say, let me put it in context. And then later, you say that you then use a different word. You said he gave us political support. He's our political leader. He gave us that leadership. So that's how you put it. And then later at 6873 you say, I said he has given us leadership, he has given us political support, and that enabled us to do our work. And then, at a later stage, again the word political direction came from the cross-examiner. Mr. Bezos said, yes, I'm just looking for the specific passages. I'm reading from 7499. Yes, 7499 to 7500, Chair. What I'm asking you is to give us examples of what you discussed with the minister before the event occurred, not afterwards. And then you make the example, you say, I would tell the minister that, quote, we are in Marikana, the matter is, issues are escalating, we're having challenges with capacity, I'm redeploying more capacity to go to the area, I will keep you posted on developments. And then he says later, I'm reading from line 23, Mr. Bezos, let us confine to directions or instructions. Did you ask him for directions or instructions on any other important matter so that we can compare whatever you should have asked him for directions or instructions as to what ought to be done on the 16th of August? Then you say, Advocate, I think you have read section 207 for me. It says I must manage and control the service. I would seek advice, I suppose political advice. Where I need to seek that type of cabinet political advice, oh yes, you said. But in this regard, it was managed and control of a situation by those who were in operation. In other words, as I say, I'm putting this in fairness to you in context. Questions were put to you about political direction to which you didn't complain. But you yourself, from your own mouth, the following different formulations came. Political support, political leadership, advice, political advice. So, which goes back to where we were. I don't care what the noun is, yeah. I wanted to say that political leadership, stroke advice, stroke support that you were given, you were discussing, whether it included this issue of the Matunja undertaking. And sorry, before you answer that, I just wanted to give you that in fairness. Paragraph 14 of the minister's statement says, I took steps to ensure that I was kept informed about the developments as they unfolded at Marikana and the concerns raised with me relating thereto. Once again, I'm asking the same question. Those developments that you discussed with him, specifically in relation to the 16th, did they include the fact that stage 3 would be entered into, among other things, because Matunjwa had reneged on his undertaking?
Njengoba isitsho nayo into ba ke ngoku umphathiswa into ba wayithatha abanyathelo apho ke ngoku wayiqinisekisa into uyaqalwa ngento ezisenzeka phaa ke ngoku eMarikana kwinto ke ngoku ezazithethwa ngukomishonari jikelele sixelela umphathiswa loo nto yayiquka enye yazo le yokuba kuthiwa umhlekazi uMathunjwa uphula isithembiso esi sakhe ke sokuba abantu bazawubekiswa phantsi isixhobo na. Yes, isesinye zezizathu esenza into yoba bangene kwinqanaba lesithathu na apha kwisicwangciso sabo.
Advocate, may I just ask for some indulgence because I want to go to certain parts of this note that you've given me. It's going to help me to answer certain things.
Yes.
On 7499.
Yeah, it's fine.
Line 4.
9-4.
Yeah. I respond there to say, Advocate, I think you have read 207 for me. It says I must manage and control the service. I would seek advice where I need to seek that type of cabinet political, whatever you've read that. Then the Advocate Bezos goes on to say, did the minister from time to time give you directions or instructions? And the chairperson says about Marikana or in general. And Advocate Bezos says generally. My response is the minister would not give directions or instructions, but he would ask questions around whether we have sufficient capacity, what we have done about the capacity. I give feedback, and I would share with him what we have done as operatives.
Uyachaza ngofutshane ke unjengele into yokuba wathi xa ibuzwa lo mbuzo senior council Bezos wamxelela into yobana ke ngoku babenganikwa indlela kanye imiyalelo ke ngoku ngumphathiswa kodwa wayebuza imibuzo ngento ezibhekisele nemfuneko zabo apho uba kuzanele kwaye kwenze into noqiniseke uba zikhona ezo zinto ezo uthi ndandimnika ke ngoku ingxelo kwaye ndimxelela ke into yokubana yintoni ndimabela ndimxelela into yoba yintoni ke ngoku esithe sayenza ngezo zinto ezo thina.
And then Advocate Bezos goes on to say, you've told us about capacity, which may be important because he has the final say or may have the final say. But the question is, did he give you any directions or instructions to what the police ought or ought not to do in relation to the specific matter?
Uthi ke ngoku yena watsho into yokuba ewe into endifuna uyazi into yoba kulo mba wona yena waye waninika indlela okanye waninika imiyalelo into yobana ngokubhesele kulo mba lowo yintoni kufuneka niyenze na.
I then responded to say the operational decisions are not the remit of the minister.
Ndathi ekupheleleni kwam ke ukuba izigqibo ezithathwa ngokubhekiselele kwiphulo ke lamapolisa ayinto eyenziwa ngumphathiswa leyo.
And then he continues to ask that question. I'm just trying to say to you, I've answered a lot of those questions,
yes,
and I've been very articulate about the questions that you're still asking me, and they haven't changed.
Ndizama ukuthi ke ngabanye amazwi ke ndiphendulile le mibuzo ke endayibuzwayo imininzi kwaye zazivakala kwaye zicacile impendulo zam.
Yes, no, as to whether you've been very articulate or not, I think we'll leave that for later. But I'm just saying, rather you're doing to me what I did to the chairperson in the morning. I'm helping you. I'm not quarreling with you. I'm saying that in fairness to you, the words political direction in all the passages that I read came from the cross-examiners. And I'm saying your words are political advice, as you've just said here, political support,
yes,
political leadership. So that's why I'm saying let's confine it to that. Let's leave the what was put, because Mr. Bezos, even after they still asked you about political direction, which must have been the slip of the tongue, because you had clarified it. I'm confining it to your words. I'm saying the political advice, stroke leadership, stroke support that the minister gave you, what did it constitute?
Ngoku ke senditshintshile ndisebenzisa la magama ke ngoku amazwi kwawathetha okanye amagama ke wawasebenzisa ke into yokuba ngeli xesha busithi wawufumana ke ngoku iingcebiso ngokwezepolitiki phaa kumphathiswa kunye nenkxaso nezinto ke ngoku nemiba yokukhokhela izinto ezinjani ezo mhlawumbi othetha ngazo.
Is it a question or a statement?
No, it's a question. What did it constitute is a question. But in fairness, the original question was, did those discussions about those things include or not include the fact that stage 3 was triggered, among other things, by the Matunjwa allegedly reneging from his undertaking?
eyona phofu ona mbuzo ndibuza into yokuba ezintona nithini izixoxo kunye nomphathiswa zaziquka le into yokuba kuthiwa kungenwa kwinqanaba lesithathu ngokuba waye waphanza ke ngoku yena kwisithembiso sakhe akayenza le nto ayithembisile umhlekezi umathunjwa.
My earlier answer stands that that is not what I discussed with the minister.
Ndisamile ke kule nto bendisendiyithethile ngaphambili into yoba mna zange ndiyithethe loo nto kunye nomphathiswa.
Okay, the one more question was the issue that was discussed between Mr. Zokwana and the minister, where he Zokwana, requested that adequate SABC members be deployed at Marikana to avoid a further loss of life. Was that an operational matter or a political matter?
Umbuzo wami ntokuba ke ngoku ingxoxo phakathi komhlekazi Zokwana nomphathiswa wamapolisa yokuba kuthunyelwe inani lamapolisa elaneleyo apho lo mba into ebonisa ke ngokuba into okwenza nepolitiki loo nto ngamanye amazwi okanye mhlawumbi nemisebenzi ke yamapolisa.
I've also answered that one. I'd like to retain my answer.
Naleyo ndikuphendulile kuyo ke ndisamile ke kulaa nto bendiyithethileyo ngaphambili.
Okay, well, excuse my fading memory. What was the answer?
Unxolele ngoba ke ndinengxaki yokulibala uye waphendula ngokuthini ke kuleyo.
Maybe I'll request that they replay that because I don't want to.
The easier way is for you to just answer it and we move on. In other words, to just tell me what your answer was.
Ayicela ke idlalwe uCommissioner uthi ke ngoku umhlekazi Mpofu ucela benguye ke ozayiphinda ke le nto beyithethile umphathiswa uCommissioner Lajikelele.
I have said to you that Mr. Zokwana is not a SABC member. I don't know the context of his discussion with the minister, and I'm not able to give that judgment.
Ngoke ndithe andinawukwazi ukuthi leyo ndiyigwebe ndithethe uba ndithini ngayo ngokuba kaloku andiyazi into yoba uZokwana kunye nomphathiswa baxoxa ngantoni kwaye uZokwana ilipolisa.
All right, okay, I don't want to belabor the point, but effectively what you're saying is that the National Commissioner is not prepared to tell us whether a request about the supply of more members in a particular situation is a political matter, in other words, a matter that you would discuss with the minister, or not a political matter, or the chaff, as I indicated. Is that your answer?
Impendulo yakho into yoba ke wakusoze utsho mhlawumbi into yoba lo mba okanye le ngxoxo phakathi koZokwana nomphathiswa ukuba yinto yemsebenzi wapolisa okanye mhlawumbi yimba okanye into ebhekisele kwezepolitiki okanye yayimfitshi nje.
Advocate, I have answered you, and you may not like my answer, but I've given you the best of my answer.
Okay.
Ke ngoku mhlawumbi uyithanda impendulo yam kodwa ke ndikunike eyona mpendulo endicinga uba mna yiyona ke ngoku ingcono.
All right. Okay, fine. We'll, as I said, these matters we will deal with tomorrow. And by the way, for tomorrow, if you can read the Exhibit EE, the Exhibit BB4, and this Exhibit GG 29, or rather FF29. They are short, but when we deal with the last or the third game changer, we will revisit some of these issues then.
Uyacela ke uadvocate Mpofu nika uCommissioner Lajikelele umsebenzi efuneka wenze khaya into bafuneka yafunda eluxwebhu libizwa uEE nelibizwa BBB4 kunye noFF29 bazothetha ke ngalomba wesithathu wathi abanefuthe nawo kule nto yenzeka pha Marikana.
Right. Now, sorry. Just honestly, the last question before we move to the next topic is this: do you know the reason why General Mbombo, according to Exhibit EE, gave the instruction for the execution of the stage 3 to General Anandale and jumped General Mpembe, who was the Sichok?
Into endifuna ukubuza into ba uyazi ba kutheni ke ngoku commissioner wephondo wavele watsiba uGeneral Mbombo kwaye wanika umyalelo ke ngokwapha kuGeneral Anandeli into yoba mabangene kwinqanaba lesithathu lesicwangciso.
That question, Chair, can be answered only by General Mbombo.
Can I respond, Chair? This is what you call a merry-go-round. If I promise you, if I put that question to General Mbombo, she would think I'm out of my mind. If I say to her, General Mbombo, do you know whether General Pierre knows why?
Mr. Semenya's objection.
Well, that's the question I'm putting.
Mr. Semenya's point is, the reason why General Mbombo, as you put it, skipped General Mpembe, which may itself be controversial, but let's stick to your question. Do you know why General Mbombo skipped General Mpembe and asked General Annandale to proceed with the implementation? And she will then give the answer why she did it, why she asked Annandale, not Mpembe. Yeah. But Mr. Semenya is not suggesting that you should ask her, do you know whether the National Commissioner knows why you decided to do this? That would be a fatuous question, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. That's exactly the point, Chair, because there's an infatuous objection. Because all I'm asking this witness is, do you, General Pierre, know why General Mbombo? In other words, Mbombo
we'll probably save more time just to get an answer.
Thank
Do you know why that happened?
I don't know.
Utakayazi ba kutheni kwenzekile njalo yena uCommissioner wephondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah. Or rather, okay, no, it's fine. We'll leave it at that. Now let's move to the next issue. Your evidence is that the statements that you made, insofar as they pertain to the events, were relayed to you by the commanders. Am I correct?
Uthi ke intetho yakho sicelelo phansi ibizwa istatement izinto ke ukwathi wazixelelwa ke uku zinkomanda injalo.
Yes, because they were in charge of the operation.
Ewe ngoba ngabo abo bengamele apho ke ngoku kwiphulo elo.
And by that you include all the people who were in what I call the pecking order, General Mbombo and those that briefed you.
Kulonto uquka nabo ke ngoku abafana noGeneral Mbombo nabanye aba bathi bakunika ingxelo.
I include the collective operation and all the other aspects that you are mentioning.
Yifuqa ke ngoku bonke bedibena we operation kwanaba uba khankanyileyo.
Thank you. And are you aware that the prescripts, as you call them, more specifically the Police Act, prescribes that where members of SABC are entitled, or rather are to use lethal force, that they are confined to using minimum force.
What is that? Lethal force is equal to minimum force.
Okay.
Repeat the question. Mrs. Semenya doesn't believe he's heard you correctly.
No, okay.
Just repeat it again so he can hear it.
Well, Chair, I thought I'd just read it from the Act to make it easy for Mr. Semenya.
Uzawuphinda ke lo mbuzo.
I think his complaint is he thinks you read it incorrectly from the Act. That's why I'd like to hear you repeat it.
Yes, okay. Are you aware that, do you know that Section 13(3)(b), to be exact, of the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995 says that where a member, I'm quoting now, where a member who performs an official duty is authorized by law to use force, he or she may use only the minimum force which is reasonable in the circumstances. Unquote.
Uthi ufunda apho kuthiwa ke ngoku kulo candelo kule ncwadi acaphula phaa kwincwadi ke ngoku yemimiselo yamapolisa into yoba apho ilungu lithi lisebenzise lenze umsebenzi walo kufuneke lisebenzise amandla anga ancitshisiweyo.
Sorry, it doesn't record. Are you aware?
Unolwazi loo nto leyo ne?
Thank you, Chair. My point exactly.
Has got HMMMM.
Yes, I am aware. Ibhalwa njani ugqibo ipela ngoku?
Okay. And you are aware that insofar as this is part of the so-called prescripts, it imposes a legal obligation to SABC members to use no more than minimum force.
Xa ufunda ke ngokule ndawo ndicaphile kuyo kwimimiselo yamapolisa kuyabonisa into yokuba awufunekanga ke ngokuba asebenzise amandla angaphezu kwamandla angakuthiwa ngamandla amancinane.
I am aware of what that section says, but also there are other sections that gives additional powers to SABC members to use other areas of the law.
No.
When ndinolwazi ke ngale ndawo ufunde kuyo kodwa kukhona ezinye abakubhalwe khona into yoba apha emthethweni bangasebenzisa amandla abo ngendlela ahlukileyo aba ke ngamapolisa.
Depending on the situations that are confronting them.
Uvuke kuxhomekeke kwimeko abathi bajongane nayo.
Okay, ordinarily, if you are not the National Commissioner, I wouldn't pursue this because I don't want to be arguing issues of legal interpretation with you. But in fairness, I have to put this to you because it's a very important point. This section says where a member who performs an official duty is authorized by law, not statutory law or the common law or whatever, any law. Okay.
Endawo ndifundileyo ithetha ke ngalo yena unikwe imvume okanye igunya ke umthetho umnika imvume okanye igunya ba enze ngolo hlobo.
Use force. In other words, in any situation where they are entitled to use force, he or she may use only the minimum force which is reasonable in the circumstances. So I want to make it clear that under any circumstances where use of force is allowed anywhere else in the prescripts, Section 13(3)(b) says you may only use the minimum force.
Into ayithethayo ngofutshane uadvocate Mpofu noba kuthiwa noba imeko injani na kodwa kuthiwa ke ngokwemimiselo yabo kufuneke bona basebenzise amandla abo amancinane kwaye afanelekileyo kuphela.
I'm not arguing or negating that prescript. I note it, but I'm saying to you that depending on circumstances, there are certain provisions that allows police to do particular things.
Andikuphikisi kule nthethayo kodwa ndithi kukho khona lapho emthethweni amapolisa avuyimelekileyo into yokuba ayenze nezinto ke ngoku ezithile.
Okay, let me put it simply. Would you agree with me that there are no provisions in the prescripts or anywhere else that allow the police to breach Section 13(3)(b)?
Uvumelana nami ukuba kulo mmiselo amapolisa akukho apho ke ngoku bavumelekileyo into yoba batyeshele le nto ndiyicaphulileyo ke ngoku apha kwicandelo eli u-13(3)(b).
I have said that piece of legislation is not being disputed. All I've said is that should you be faced by other extraordinary circumstances, there are certain provisions that the police can use.
Ndithe andiyiphikisi le nto ibhalwe apha ke ngokulo miselo kodwa ndithe kodwa xa uko uzibona udibene kanye kwimeko ethile kukho ke ngoku indlela ethile apho umthetho akuvumela uba ungasebenza ngendlela ethile.
Chair, in fairness, if this debate should occur with a witness at all, there is section 1313, which reads that subject to the Constitution, this section shall not be construed as derogating from any power conferred upon a member by this act or any other law, including the common law, and the powers conferred upon a member by this section shall not be limited by any other law, including the common law.
Thank you. That's exactly the point I'm making. I'm saying when the section talks about any law, it must include constitutional law, the common law, whatever, traditional law, indigenous law, what have you. But all I'm saying is that where a member is entitled to use force by any law, any of the ones that I've listed, common or otherwise, he or she may only use minimum force. And that's why I was making the question easier. Would you agree, therefore, that all those other bodies of law or prescripts?
Asking her for her views on the law. Apart from the fact, I'm not even sure that she's legally qualified. But even if she were, I'm not sure that one has witnesses in the witness box or the witness table telling us what the law is. I know we're not a court, but the maxim curia novit jus applies by analogy, surely. Okay. You can't lead evidence of what the law is. It's not foreign law.
No, Chairperson.
And you're trying to get her views on how various sections of the South African Police Service Act are to be interpreted. I don't think that's a proper line for cross-examination.
No. With the greatest respect, Chair, I'm sure everyone knows that that's not what I'm doing. I'm asking the witness a simple question, whether she knows that members of the police are confined by law to the use of minimum force in all circumstances. If she doesn't know, she doesn't know. I mean, it's not I'm not asking her. That's exactly why I said I don't want to deal with
that's what the law is. That's what the law is. Even if she doesn't know, it doesn't help anybody. If she doesn't know the law, the police service would still be liable, would it not?
Yeah.
So how does it help?
Well, if she doesn't know, she might have a way out. But if she does, as she says she does, then I'm going to put the next propositions to her.
Mr. Berger, you're looking puzzled.
No, I don't know how this is relevant, and my learned friend doesn't get a ruling. So we're going to go on now. We're going to explore this again, and I'm still lost. I don't know what is being put to the
I haven't had a chance not to give a ruling. I was proposing to give one.
Well, then I ask for a ruling, Chair. Then I really ask for a ruling on the relevance of this.
Yes. Well, I asked the question because I was proposing to give a ruling, but I had, in fairness, to give Mr. Mpofu a chance to persuade me the ruling I was minded to give was not correct. What do you say, Mr. Mpofu?
Well, Chairperson, you see, this is the problem. My cross-examination is going to be rendered ineffective if every time I'm going to have to say where I'm going. I'm assuring you, Chairperson.
I'm not asking you, Mr. Mpofu, you've been cross-examining me for some time. Sorry, don't talk when I'm talking. We'll try not to talk when you talk.
Yeah, okay.
Let's treat each other with the courtesy which we each owe each other, all right? I've allowed you to ask all sorts of questions where I haven't known precisely where you're going. Sometimes I've suspected where you were, but wasn't sure, but I let you go there. But when you ask questions about what a witness knows about the law or thinks the law means, then prima facie, such questions are not admissible, and that's why I ask you why their questions are being asked, why they're relevant. We now have an objection on the table that they're not relevant. I invite you to tell me why they're relevant so that I can give a ruling either in your favor or against you.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Sorry for the interruption. What I was saying is that the objection, as I understand it, is that Mr. Berger is lost. Well, I'm not responsible for that. What no,
Mr. Berger...
Well, that's what he said.
Mr. Berger did say that by way of a rhetorical flourish, but the thrust of what he was saying was that he contends that the questioning you were going to ask the question you're going to ask will not elicit relevant information because the witness's opinion as to what the law is or isn't is not relevant. That's his objection, and that's the objection you have to deal with.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, that would be a great objection if I was indeed asking the witness about her opinion of what the law is. I'm not. I've simply asked the witness whether she has knowledge, not opinion, whether she has any knowledge of the fact that police officers are restricted by law in any situation to the use of minimum force. It's a factual issue. If she knows it, she knows it. If she doesn't, she doesn't. It's got nothing to do with opinions.
I must confess that she's answered that several times, but let's just put it beyond any doubt. Do you know that police officials, in terms of members of the force, in terms of the relevant section of the Act, are restricted to minimum force, depending upon the circumstances, but it always has to be minimum force? Do you know that?
Uyazi into okubana nayo into okuba nokuba imeko izobe injani na kodwa amapolisa anyanzeleke into basebenzise amandla amancinane na. Unolwazi ngaloo nto leyo?
I have said yes, depending on the situation and circumstances.
When ndithe ewe uxhomekeka kwimeko abathi bajongena nayo ngelo xesha.
There you have the answer, Mr. Mbovu.
No, it's not the answer. The answer, well, it is the answer, but it's
may
not.
May I say something to you?
Yeah.
In the years when I was at the bar, I always understood it's not appropriate to show dissent when a ruling is given against you. I always try to do that. Most of your colleagues do that too. You don't always. It has an unfortunate effect on the members of the public here who don't understand the nuances and finesses of the matter. They come away with an impression that you've been treated badly, that I've been unfair to you, because obviously you don't agree with what I've done. Sometimes I find in your favor, your colleagues don't behave the way you've done. I'd be grateful if you would desist in future from that.
Well,
shall we take the adjournment at this stage?
Well, can I respond to that?
Yes, you may.
Well, firstly, it's not meant as that, Chairperson, but whenever I do it, it's when the witness, either words are put in his or her mouth, which they have not said, the record will show that, and if it's also my duty to correct. We all make mistakes. Sometimes even the chair may have misheard the usually good as he usually is, more than all of us in hearing. But it does happen, and in those situations, I have an obligation, a professional obligation, to point that out, whoever it is who has made that mistake, whether it's the witness, whether it's one of my colleagues, whether it's the chair. And it's only in those situations that I do it. In this instance, I'm not, in fact, I didn't even know that there was a ruling. All I'm saying is that the answer that has been given, as far as I'm concerned, does not close the matter. I will ask a further question. And that's all I'm saying. And I'm entitled to that. But it's certainly not meant as a...
I don't know that you'll find any passage in the record where answers have been put in the witness's mouth. Sometimes attempts have been made to formulate more clearly what the witness seems to be trying to say, and that applies again across the board. As far as that's the first point. Secondly, where mistakes are made, this counsel, of course, have the fullest right to draw to the presiding officer's attention that mistakes have been made.
Thank you.
But the way they do it, and their body language, and the general air of respect or lack thereof, is something that has to be borne in mind. Not only for the general rules of decorum for running the commission properly and fairly and harmoniously, but also because of the effect it has on unenlightened members of the public who sometimes derive a wrong impression.
Yes. No,
is it perhaps, do you want to ask one more question, or shall we take the adjournment now?
Yes, I do, Chairperson. Okay, now
think about the question and ask it tomorrow.
I've forgotten the answer. The answer that I was contesting. Oh yes, I remembered. When you correctly reformulated the question, Chairperson, the witness said, yes, depending on the circumstances. If I can just put what my reservation was with that
Put
answer.
your reservation,
That's
then
all.
we'll adjourn.
I'm going to argue, General, that the clear meaning of what the chair and I have put to you is such that under no circumstances, the word only in what I read to you, under no circumstances can it ever be allowed by the prescripts that more than a minimum force may be used? In other words, your qualification of depending on the circumstances does not apply in this situation. So that's what I'm going to argue. You don't have to, because you're not a lawyer, I don't want to be accused of having accepted that qualification.
Into esizayitsho kwingxoxo mpikiswano into yokuba thina awunyanzelekanga okanye awufunekanga ke ulipolisa usebenzise amandla agqithe anga abizwa amandla amancinane nokuba imeko injani na.
You wish to reply, National Commissioner?
Chair.
You wish to reply to the last point Council put to you?
No, I don't wish to.
Right. We will reassemble. We will adjourn now, reassemble tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Sesigqibile ke namhlanje siyawuphinda sidibane kwakuyo le ndawo ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.
Dit volg op die dood verlede nag van 2 Zimbabweërs en die gepaard